Hello Gamestruck Club, welcome back to another day of streaming. Today I will be going to continue where I left off yesterday with my Electrode Sharpshooter. I was on my way to 60, kind of doing endgame and farming. You can see it's level 51. So we're back to that sharpshooter, and we will be grinding. We will be farming and doing other stuff. In general, I will be going after 3 legendary items. I need Infectious Shooter, I need Bone Walker, I need Bone Razor, and eventually, if I'm lucky, I would need some Sharpshooter sets. And Eddie UK is already here. Welcome back, Eddie UK. Nice seeing you again. And why am I wearing this pet? How did my pet change? Alright, I'm gonna go and get the right pet. I've been noticing something like my pet changing without me clicking on swap. Maybe I clicked on swap without noticing, but let's see. It could be a bug or it could be me misclicking, but I don't remember clicking on swap pet, and yesterday I had the same problem. Suddenly my pet was changed. Okay. I'm gonna send the pet to sell some stuff, and well, I don't need the Sneku stick for sure, so the Sneku stick is gonna get broken down.
Your pet has arrived.
I don't think I need this either, and this I don't need, and I don't think I need this either. So yeah, let's see. By the way, if anyone wants to do endgame together, let me know. Let me know, we can group up and do some endgame together. You don't have to be near my level, you can be higher or lower. I'm 51 as a level, so it's not that bad. The place I am at, it's not terrible, so I can even group up with 60s. Although if I group up with 60s, it's gonna be a little bit difficult to survive. So I'd rather group up with people around my level, but it doesn't mean I can't group up with people at higher levels. In the meantime, maybe I can chuck this there, maybe I can chuck this there, and maybe I can chuck this there. And this I don't need, so I'm ready now. I'm ready now. Okay, so let's do the Fazier. Strong Tusk. Well. I'm gonna have to do a Strong Tusk map. Let's see now. Okay, he got melted, which is nice. Not bad. I mean, so far I expected this fight to take much longer. This is one of the most boring boss fights in regards to time it takes you to finish the fight. From the non-actual boss, I mean, if you take Brow and Sadista, they might take longer, at least Brow. Brow might take a little bit longer, Sadista maybe not. If you have right gear, you might be able to kill Sadista quicker than Strong Tusk. So I'm actually happy with the DPS. It's much better than I expected. I mean, I'm playing on Ridiculous and I'm doing level 52 boss fight on level 51. And it's not that difficult, which is nice. So the build is shaping up, even though I didn't expect this build to be just as strong as my regular Electrified Sharpshooter. Onslaught is actually performing better than expected. I can't wait to gear up this guy completely and to try and make it a summoner onslaught build and to see how strong it might be. I might end up making a stronger build than my electrified sharpshooter with the summons in the mix, because that's gonna be a lot more procs. We'll see how it plays out, but so far it's shaping up well from what I'm seeing. I'm definitely liking what I'm seeing damage wise. Oh, and I've got a socket swat. Of course I'm gonna get potion work. And another potion work. Well, HP is not what I wanted, but I'd rather try here. Okay, I got defense here, so I can try and get defense here now. I want regular defense. Oh, now I'm out of essence. Of course I'm gonna get potion work. Alright, I'm gonna try later. I shouldn't enchant too much gear that's gonna be changed in a few levels. So let's check the next one.
Think they made a cutscene for that one?
Just a moment, I was answering some messages on Steam chat. Probably Steam is not telling people I'm streaming. Okay, damage enhanced, Gauntlet. Which one should I do? I'm thinking Gauntlet Infamous would be a very nice map. It's not Unique's Infamous, but it's Gauntlet Infamous and it's Goblins. And Gauntlet is such a great place to level up. If you find yourself a Gauntlet map, you would want to stay for a few levels in that map. It might be boring, you standing in the same map and killing the same respawning enemies, but believe me, when leveling up it's faster than running new maps. The pet you get in the mail, by the way, AD, is my favorite. Okay, sorry, I don't know why people are always writing to me on Steam when I'm streaming, but I'm trying to be polite and reply to the messages even though I'm streaming. It's much easier if someone sees me streaming and wants to contact me, it's better to just come on my stream chat and ask me stuff there rather than writing to me messages. Because if you write to me messages on Discord, most likely I won't see them until after I'm done streaming. Steam messages I do see because my screen keeps blinking, and I see the notifications at the bottom. I can't wait to get all the items I need to try that electric summoner. But yeah, today's farming day. Farming day and pushing 60. 60 will be pushed soon. In a few hours I should be 60. Especially with this gauntlet map. With this gauntlet map being infamous, we can spend a lot of time on it. What level is it? It's level 53 map, so we can probably stay safely until 53 before I get bored. So from 51 I'm gonna stay in this map until 53. As long as it's good with the response, and it is good with the response, as you can see. I just killed those, they're already respawned. That's why I like Gauntlet Goblin maps. Gauntlet Goblin maps are amazing. Well, I can't out-tap and answer messages, so yeah. Right now in this map there's no way to out and tap because they're gonna respawn on your ass and kill you. Once you get to a gauntlet map you're committing to no AFK. Come on, come on. Oh no, okay, good, good, good. Alright, I'm gonna move forward. Well, just as I said, I'm gonna move forward, and then some minions spawn behind me with a legendary enemy. I guess the game just keeps it easy for me. Instead of me needing to constantly move, it keeps respawning the enemies next to me. Fast and quick XP that way. I gotta remember to mention about gauntlet maps while leveling up in my newbie guide when I make it. Those few days of leveling this class, I've been thinking of what else might be needed as additional new information for my content I'm gonna make this week, because I've got a lot of content planned this week for this game. All sorts of guides, hints, tips and strategies for farming and everything. I wanna just do those right, I don't wanna miss something, so yeah, gauntlet maps definitely something I wanna talk about in one of those videos. I wonder if they fixed the bug. There was a bug where if you spend long enough in a gauntlet map, the game starts wagging so badly that in the end you just kind of have to leave the map, otherwise the video wag becomes terrible. I think this had something to do with killing too many enemies in the map. Not sure if it's rubbish collection or whatever it's called, but there's something that has to do with maybe killing too many enemies in the same one map, in the same one instance. You won't be able to see this unless you kill too many enemies. You kind of need to get like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,000 XP in a single map before you can see this. So I think by the time I'm level 53, we probably would see this wagging, so you can see what I'm talking about. Unless they fixed it. In fact, maybe I can stay in this map until it starts wagging, or until I die. I mean, with the way it's going with my potions, I might die before I'm done with the... Oh, never mind, there we go. That was like 5 potion drops. The game heard me and gave me potions. Okay. And Sebastian is saying, just curious, are the non-specific sets like skittering or arc powered also associated with certain classes? Since my sharpshooter finds only musketeer and skittering pieces. Well, skittering pieces you can wear on any class, and the same goes for arc powered and for the woods beast. So you have one set which is associated with the class, which would be the musketeer, the celestial, the cosmic and the mountain king. And that set you can only wear on the specific class, and everything else, the skittering, the woods beast and the arc powered, you can save those pieces of equipment for other heroes. They're interchangeable. So if you're planning on leveling other heroes, save some of those, because even if it drops on a sharpshooter, it doesn't mean you can't wear it on a Dusk Mage or Rail Master. For Forge it's a little bit different because Forge has Woku Motion instead of pants. So Forge cannot wear pants, and Forge doesn't have boots, it has a hatch. So you can wear chest, helmet and shoulders of those sets on a Forged, but you cannot wear the hatch. I mean, you cannot wear the boots or the legs because he uses hatch and Woku Motion instead of pants. Instead of boots and pants. Man, I'm loving it, the constant flood of enemies. Any potions? Okay, nice, they gave me potions. It's like playing a survival mode. I like it. Yeah, you eventually have to start farming more to start finding arc powered pieces. Again, as I said, you don't get the items as drops. The meta way of farming is not to rely on drops and gear work, but it's actually to rely on fame. So if you maximize your fame gain, you are getting more gear bundles per hour, and you end up getting more legendaries per hour. I don't think that's the way it needs to be, but that's how it is, so we just gotta deal with it for now and accept it for what it is, as the best way to get gear. I'd much rather see the drop rates slightly increased, or if they don't increase the drop rates, at least allow me to re-roll my affixes. I'm gonna do a lot of suggestions on Note after the game launches. I wanna make sure that when I'm making suggestions, I'm playing the real 1.0 that's coming tomorrow. And probably tomorrow I'm gonna upload a video. I'm not sure which one of my content videos that I've planned. I was a little bit busy today running some errands, dealing with I had to replace my ID card because it was expired, so I had to go pick up my new ID card from the police station and deal with other stuff document related. So that's why I'm streaming a little bit late, but tomorrow I should have some time in the morning and afternoon to make some content that I wanted to make. Some launch day video, and there will be a launch day stream, probably playing this hero. If I'm not done with the farming, I can probably play this hero tomorrow. We'll see how that turns out. I mean, I need the most things that I need would be specifically 3 items. So 3 items are the most important ones. The other ones, of course, would be nice to get. Some musketeer pieces would be also nice, but I need the infectious shooter, the bone blocker, and the bone razor. And I think bone razor you cannot get until you're level 60, which is weird because you can get bone blocker before you're level 60. So maybe I'm just unlucky and just haven't gotten bone razors in my last few weeks of grinding. And Sebastian saying, yes, I farm every infamous map the Fazir offers. By the way, if you have to choose between infamous or uniques, pick uniques. Uniques is better than infamous. Of course, uniques, infamous is the best, but uniques make sure that every champion you fight is green. And every champion you fight being green is better than double fame. Because double fame doesn't give you as much as a green from a purple enemy. But if you do uniques, that means every purple enemy will be green, which will be more than double fame. And yeah, hopefully the console release tomorrow runs well. I mean, it's Unreal Engine 4, so it shouldn't be that heavy. I mean, yeah, you can make a super heavy game if you don't optimize it, but I think it runs nicely on PC, and the game is not demanding. It's not too demanding in regards to specs, so it should run okay on the previous generation of consoles like PlayStation 4 and the X-Bone, as I like to call the Xbox One. But yeah, it should run nice. Well, the graphics are obviously better than Torchlight 2. I mean, the game is on a newer, better engine than Torchlight 2 was. So visually it looks crisp and smooth. Maybe on this map it's a little bit hard to see because this map has some sort of washed out filtering on it. But after I'm done with hitting level 53, I will exit this map. This map has endless respawns but no drops. But this map is the best type of map to level up. If you're leveling up, this is the way to do it. Map without drops but with endless respawns, with goblins, even better. And now I died because I got stunned. And there's this map. No more this map. Thankfully I'm keeping spare weapons. I knew I would die. For me it's not a matter of if I'm gonna die, it's a matter of when I'm gonna die. Just like real life. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So yeah, that's how I kind of was prepared for this. So what should I do next? I'm gonna do this, and since I've got some extra recipes I don't need. Okay, so yeah, I wanna see if I can... What should I do? Should I get this sword equipped? It's not gonna give me... See, my old weapon was 2500 damage, this one is 1800. So my damage will suffer and I'm gonna switch to two-handed. I think it's gonna be the better option. Well, that that's not gonna work. I need essences. Alright, for now I think I had an inventory somewhere that's ready for dismantling. I can't remember which one, maybe it was this one. Let's try and enchant this. Come on, give me physical damage. No. Actually, why am I doing this when I can get resources from my contracts? I forgot I can get essences this way. Hard shocker, not bad. Didn't need it, but not bad. Now I no longer need the bonus poison damage. Anything with ice? This is ice. More defense, always welcome. I'm gonna keep this as a spare and get rid of this, and equip this and save this. Now I don't have gold, alright. Let's see if I get some fun maps to do. Well, this was not good, but okay. I'm gonna do this one with the zombies. Bandit CI81, the max level is 60, but the maximum skill points are 70. You get 70 skill points when you're max level. Max level is not that difficult to reach. They kind of made something I'm not a big fan of. They made the XP requirements for the certain levels higher. So the final 4 levels I think are taking... they're just boring. Getting the last 4 levels right now feels super boring to me and super slow, and it just doesn't feel fun. It was much better before. No one asked for this change, yet they made it anyways. No one asked for them to make the XP rates worse. And they didn't make the XP rates worse, they made the required XP to level up worse. So they increased the XP. So I think at level 60 before you needed like no more than 4,000, 4,500, something like that. I need to check some old streams or videos. And now I think you need around 5,500 or 6,000 XP for the final level. So yeah, not a big fan of this change, and I hope they reconsider and revert it to the way it used to be. Because now they're forcing you to grind the same map over and over again. Or to fight enemies that are much higher level than you. If you were to do the Fazir and you succeed every map from the first try, eventually you're gonna end up fighting enemies 5, 6, maybe 7 levels higher than you. If you are kind of doing the maps quickly and are not killing every single enemy on the map. Even if you kill every single enemy on the map, at best you're probably gonna be out-leveled by 2 or 3 levels, something like this. It varies, I guess. Yeah, it was definitely easy way to make the game take longer to reach max level, and it was artificially prolonging the game for no real reason. And I'm not a fan of doing such cheesy things, sneaking up something like that on the users, where it really was not it was not called for. No one asked for the game to take longer to reach max level. Maybe Perfect World asked for it, you never know. Uh, I know that they have a lot of creative freedom, and I know that Perfect World is not meddling with the development, but if it's not them, then who thought it would be nice? Because I know Extra Games thinks about the players, but this is like a move that thinks about anything but the players to make the game take longer to level up and be more grindy and less pleasant to do the whole leveling up thing. So yeah, I'm wondering why they thought this would be a good choice, good decision as a change. In any case, it's not that bad. It takes you another 1 hour, hour and a half more than it used to before. But that's time is precious. Time is precious, and if you want to test more heroes and level up more heroes, you have to spend that hour and a half on every new hero extra um, compared to before. And yeah, it just definitely doesn't feel right currently. Before, you could just keep pushing the Fazir dungeon, and if you don't die, you would be always pushing something that's around your level. You could get roughly a map per Fazir dungeon, maybe 0.8 of a map for the final few stages. But yeah, it was nice. It was nice because, you know, you're pushing the Fazir and the content is leveling up with you instead of you ending up pushing content that's much stronger than you. And there was a bug where the content, if the content is more than 4 levels higher than you, it was dropping potions that were unusable, because there was a bug attaching levels to the potions. Invisible levels. You couldn't see the levels on the potion when you hover on it, but it was a potion that you couldn't use because apparently your level was too low. I think they fixed it, because last time I checked it was fixed a few weeks ago, this bug. But it was weird. The first time they increased this level up, what's it called? I forgot the right word they're using. The XP curves. When they increased the XP curves, I encountered this bug where I was getting potions that I couldn't use, and I was forced to stop doing the Fazir and do map works to catch up my level to the enemy level, so I can actually get potions I can use as drops. And Eddie UK says on the hero selection screen you can click on the cannon and fire it. Oh yeah, I think you can, and at least it used to be like that. And by the way, earlier Bandit mentioned about the art style of Torchlight. Um, I actually love the art style of Torchlight 1 and 2 as well, but I love the art style of Torchlight 3 even more, and there's something distinctive about the art of Torchlight 3 that makes it stand out compared to Torchlight 2 and 1. I'm pretty sure it's a different artist. For the most part, I think it's a different artist, unless unless certain things are made by the same person. But I'm kind of thinking it was not the same artist as Torchlight 2. And I really love it. I really love what they've done with that. I'm actually collecting a lot of different art from a lot of different places. I've been collecting art from Trello, from Facebook, from Twitter, from wherever they upload something. I would go ahead and save it, regardless whether it's an animated or still image. Because you never know when I might wanna use it in some sort of content. Okay, I'm actually gonna save those green items for essence. I'm not trying to push this map immediately, I'm trying to level up in it. I could have by now finished this map, but yeah, I don't wanna end up getting out leveled by the content. There we go. And Sebastian M says, is there a face-to-face trade available in the game? I never played in a group. No, there is no trading at all. The reason why there is no trading is to avoid black markets of people selling items for real money. We don't want Path of Exile or Grim, or not Grim Dawn, I mean Path of Exile or Wolsen type of black market happening, where people are selling trial belts, trial belts for $50, $100, $300. They don't want something like that. They don't want a black market or grey market, maybe to call it, grey economy, where people are selling in-game items for real money. I wouldn't mind Diablo 3 style trading. If they consider adding trading, I wouldn't mind Diablo 3 style trading. But again, trading can be a tricky thing to do, because if you do trading, you have to do it right. You have to make sure there's no exploits and glitches that would end up in people duping items, just like Wilson. There were so many ways to dupe stuff in Wilson. I was able to dupe so many things when testing certain of those glitches in Wilson. I'm not proud of it, but I have duped stuff with some of my viewers just to test to see if it works. In fact, I've even done it on stream, just to confirm it works. And yeah, Wolsen was filled with dupes and glitches and exploits with the trading system. They fix one thing, then another thing shows up, and if you do trading, I would love to see Diablo 3 style trading, but they have to make sure it's tested properly. I wouldn't mind again helping with testing of this trading and trying to figure out all sorts of glitches before it makes its way to the live server, but for now they are not planning any type of trading systems. They will let us know. If they do plan on adding trading, they will let us know in advance and let us test early versions of it on the test servers. I actually like it. I'm not a big fan of black markets, grey markets of items in games, and I admire them for not adding that trading for now. And Lindner HD says, I ended up grinding to max in a gauntlet map. Yeah, gauntlet maps are amazing. Gauntlet maps are the best way to grind levels. You cannot get XP from enemies that are more than 4 levels under you. So if the gauntlet map is under level 56, you probably would not be able to get 60. I think 56 or high is fine. I think if the map is 55, you might not be able to get level 60 inside it. But yeah, if you're level, for example, if you're level 52 and you find a level 55 gauntlet map, well, you can grind all the way to 60 until the game starts wagging, unless they fix the wag bug. If they fix the wag bug, that's great news for people like me who love gauntlet maps. Oh, and Lindner is contract level 200. That's pretty nice. That means you've already opened 100, not 100, you've opened like 16, 17 legendary gear bundles already. The ones up to level 40 and the ones every 9 levels. How did the legendary gear bundles treat you? Did you get anything nice from the legendary gear bundles? See if there's anything worth keeping. Oh, fire damage, leg armor. Boom, damage. Okay. While waiting for my pet for 1 minute, I can fight some enemies here and build up my energy for the boss fight. Okay, the pet is back. I can go back to filling it with items. Oh no, 20 seconds, it's not bad. That was Shasta. Shasta messed up with my vision. Alright. Come on, pet. 7 seconds. 7 seconds.
Your pet is back.
This is nice damage, by the way. You got a lot of chronometers, like 12. That RNG. Yeah, save the gear bundles for level 60 if you want some of the level 60 items. I need to make a list of all the items that require level 60 to drop. But yeah, some items you cannot get unless you're level 60 or the monsters you're fighting are level 60. Okay. By the way, if anyone wants to grind together, let me know. Keep in mind my pacing might be a little bit slower than you, or it could be faster, depending. Okay, let's get some more powder. This seems like an upgrade to me. No electric, but more regular defense, so... actually, my regular defense is barely changing. It's like 1% change, 0.5% change, which actually doesn't show up here, but it shows up here. So how is this possible? It shows me 24.5, but here it's rounding it up to 25. With this one it's 24 and here it's 24.5. Wait, let me check. Yeah, this doesn't change. In any case, it's a very small change. But I'm getting damage with onslaught and I can add more defense. Okay, certain things I'm gonna put in the storage. Like this and this. I'm gonna keep this in case I wanna use two-handed. This one is going there. This one's going there. It's time for the next map. Let's see what I can get now. Oh, Gauntlet or Uniques. Damn, that's a tough choice. Do I go for the fame or do I go for the levels? I'm gonna go for the levels. Honestly, right now my focus is on the XP and not on the fame. Later I'm gonna start focusing on the fame when I've got to 60. I mean, AD that's entirely a decision for you to make. I can't make this decision for you, whether you go two-handed or pistol or sword or whatever and offhand. And if you do go offhand, do you use a focus or do you use a shield? See, two-hander is glass cannon. Shield is more defensive, focus is more utility, like ammo generation and stuff like that. So you have to decide what you need more. Do you need more survivability? Do you need more damage? Or do you need more utility? And keep in mind, getting a perfectly rolled two-hander is a little bit more difficult than a one-hander. So just go with whatever drops. Right now I've got a very decent one-handed weapon, so I'm gonna stick to using that one. In fact, I prefer playing with shield. On every hero, on every build, I prefer playing with shield. This is just the way I prefer playing, because I'm not good at dodging stuff, so I'd rather soak up more damage than try to dodge every single hit. I don't like playing the bullet hell game. And on the tougher Fazier's dungeon, it's kind of like a bullet hell with bullet sponges. One-shotty bullet sponges, that's what you get on the higher Fazier levels. So a shield definitely would help in such cases. Unless you already have a ton of walk chance and defense, then I guess you don't need the shield. But yeah, that's something, that's a personal flavor, whether you go one-hand, off-hand or not. For some builds, it's definitely suggested to wear a bomb walker, and in my build, the one I'm playing right now, I want to wear a bomb walker, then to swap the legendarium along with the infectious shooter and with the rifle of leadership. And that's how I want this build to end up in the end. A summoner, proc monster summoner build. So I'm gonna be combining the electrified and the infectious summoner into one build. It's gonna be the electrified infectious summoner. Although I'm gonna figure out a new name. I'm gonna figure out a better name for it, but yeah. That does sound fun. That does sound fun. I'm gonna have 10 skeletons and 9 goblins. Each of those would be able to hit and proc Thunder Strike. And while they're doing that, I will be using my own Onslaught and infectious Scout's Bones. I need 3 items. 3 specific items are needed. Of course, obviously having the Musketeer set would also be nice, but I can make it work even without the Musketeer set by removing certain points from other things. I can downgrade Goose to level 1 instead of level 3, for example, until I get the Musketeer set. We'll see. I'm not gonna switch to Goblins until I've got the other stuff. I do have the Rifle of Leadership right now, though. The one thing I'm gonna remove to make room for the Goblins is Lightning Barrier. There's not gonna be any Lightning Barrier, so it's gonna be a little bit squishier by not having that extra block chance. But yeah, there's no room for the Goblins otherwise. Any other skill I want to keep in the build. But yeah, the sword and shield with the skeletons, you don't have to wear the sword. You can put the sword in the legendarium, but you do need to wear the shield. There is no way to get it without wearing the shield. It doesn't work swatting the shield in the legendarium and wearing the sword. So you must wear the shield, and then you don't have to wear the sword. You can just put it in the legendarium and still get the bonus skeletons with the Bone Razor and Bone Walker. But yeah, I'm starting to think that the Bone Razor has been made level 60 drop, because I've had a lot of different heroes leveled up, and I don't remember for the past 2-3 weeks getting a Bone Razor under level 60. So maybe it's one of those items they made level 60 only. I think Molten Reach for Entropy on the Dusk Mage also is level 60 only drop. I'm not a big fan of making certain items level 60 only drops. It's as if the developers are telling you those items are super overpowered, we don't think low level people should have them. Then make a new rarity, make mythical items, and make mythical items be level 60 only. So people would know that it's something stronger than a legendary. Well, we'll see how it ends in the end, I guess. Let's see here what's happening. Oh, did I open this chest? Let's see here. Oh wow, there's a lot of poison on the ground. Where do I go? Over here. And over there. Let's check here. Okay, there we go. Over there. Alright, let's check here. So, can I group them up together? Come on, come together, come closer. I guess when there's ranged enemies, it's a little bit difficult to group them all together, but the shaman came, so didn't get them all together, but still 4 of them. I think the biggest DPS boost for an Electrode proc monster build is the Infectious Shooter. I don't think the Goblin Legion or the Bone Razor Bone Blocker would be this big of a boost. First of all, the Goblin Legion, yeah, you can keep it up all the time with the right items, cooldown reduction and everything. But for example, the Bone Razor Bone Blocker only activates when you use 1000 volt burst. So it's not gonna be there for much, and unless you're constantly draining energy with something like Chaotic Strikes or or Conjure Electrode, you're not gonna have 1000 volt burst much, but it's nice to have it on bosses for that burst. And the Goblin Legion, again, is probably not gonna give you as good DPS from procs as you can get from an infectious shooter, but it's still gonna be extra DPS, and I still think it's gonna be a very fun build to try and to suggest to others to test as well. And it's gonna be a nice nice build as an addition to the 22 I've already made. I also want to test how a basic attack build would work, but for the basic attack build I'm probably gonna go with Explosive Arrow. So I will respec eventually. After the summoner build I can try making a basic attack build with the proc. What was the name of the proc? It was called Shocking Force. Okay. Okay, here we go. But yeah, I do believe that this sword only drops after 60 as well. It didn't used to be like that, but they changed a lot of items. But maybe not a lot, but I think there's probably around 10 items that you can only get after level 60 only. And it makes no sense if you can get the shield before level 60 but the sword after. So maybe we're just getting unlucky and not getting it under 60. Because I've gotten bone blockers very early in the game. But when it comes to the bone razor, yeah. It seems like it's one of the changed. I'm gonna dig through patch notes to see all the items that are level 60 and just make a list of those. Or hopefully they would update the wiki. I hope that after the launch they start updating the wiki more with all sorts of useful information. Alright, there we go. So what's here? Shrine. I'm gonna try and pull them all together. Let's trigger some spawns here too. Oh, now they're gonna spawn after I've killed everyone else. Come on. Okay. Oh, that was actually a gauntlet. I forgot this was a gauntlet map as well. Well, what level is it? A 54 map. On this map I can stay for a while and get some level ups. Maybe stay until level 54. I mean 55, because I'm getting 54 now. Because I'm loving the XP, and the fame is not bad at all. It's constantly respawning some... It's constantly respawning some elites, some champions. You kill one and two more spawn, nice. Juan Esteban MJ says it's more fun with friends, and why you can... yeah, you can team up in the game, you can invite your Steam friends or nearby players. So if you're in a city, in a hub, you can open the nearby players panel, which is over here, nearby. And then you can invite those, or you can enable global chat, which I disable because it's too distracting for me when I'm streaming and playing, to have some random chat here. I only switch chat when I'm grouping up with people, when I'm grouping up with my viewers. But yeah, you can use the global chat as well, or you can use Discord to find people to play with and group up, but it's definitely more fun with friends. Everything's more fun with friends. I don't know one thing that's not more fun with friends. Feel free to suggest some things that are not more fun with friends. I mean, most games are better played in co-op. Even games like Baldur's Gate 3 are definitely fun with other people to play. Games that are meant to be single player but have a multiplayer, and that's actually... Baldur's Gate 3 is handling multiplayer in a very nice way. And the one thing in Spanish I cannot understand, by the way. There's not gonna be leaks. This game is not gonna have leaks. It's not a gaming as a service game. It's a premium model with expansions, and you buy the game and then eventually you get expansions. I mean, if they bring leaks in this game, they're gonna kill it for me. If this game brings leaks and wipes our heroes, or not wipes our heroes but forces us to start over, like Path of Exile and Diablo, it would really kill my willingness to play the game if they add leaks, and they will not for now. For now we are safe, and they're not planning on adding leak content in the way Path of Exile and Diablo do it. There's not gonna be PvP for sure, 100% sure no PvP. Because think of it this way, you do 1, 2, 3 million damage and you have 100,000 HP at best. At most cases 60,000 HP. It's gonna be one shot after one shot after one shot. It's gonna be whoever hits first gets the kill. You can't balance the PvP in this game unless you have one or two people, not 24/7, but all the time working only on this. They would need new developers working only on PvP. And if you want PvP, just find some modders that are working on the game and see if they're willing to work on a PvP mod. But PvP mod would be difficult to make, because first you need to make a multiplayer mod for the single player game, and then work on PvP. But it's doable, everything is doable, it's the Unreal Engine, so there's a lot of possibilities, and that's a very strong part of the modding capabilities of this game, to be on the Unreal Engine. Because there's a ton of content, free and paid content on the Unreal Marketplace that people can use when modding. As for guilds, I would like to see guilds myself. We've talked with some of the devs in the dev streams many times, telling them that we would like to see some sort of guilds, some sort of communities. They don't have to be called guilds, you can call them whatever, guilds, clans, alliances, expedition groups, frontier extermination, goblin extermination, squads, whatever you want to call them. I would like to see some sort of community hubs where people could just have clan chat, guild chat, whatever you want to call it, and just organize there. But all those things are not necessary for a game to launch with. It's nice to get them added later after a game launches, but I never expect a game that's not an MMO to launch with guilds and chats and stuff like that. And AD UK is saying he's gonna wait for the full release of Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, you better wait for the full release, because as I've heard, early access will never give us more than one act. I'm not a fan of this. I would much rather them give us Act 2 and 3 eventually, as they're ready to test them and to give them feedback on those for bugs and stuff, instead of them launching Act 2 and 3 and whatever many acts they've got planned after Act 1 without testing. But from what I'm hearing is that certain things will never get added into early access until the launch. And that's like you're not using early access to its fullest if you don't get your testers to help you test every single bit of content before the game is ready to launch. That's free beta testers. What more do you want? Not free beta testers, actually beta testers that are paying you to test your game instead of you paying them to test the game. So I mean, see, Torchlight 3 knows that. Torchlight 3 did the best they can to make sure everything has been tested before launch. They did a private testing server, they did a public testing server, and there were 3 layers of testing before the game reached the live server. First, internal testing where the developers are testing stuff. Second, the private test server where it's around 15-16 people, and then public test server. So yeah, early access, it's good when developers take advantage of early access, where people are paying to test their games. Of course, not everyone who plays early access reports bugs and glitches and gives feedback. Some people just want to play the game and just be done with it, and that's fine. At least they're supporting the game by giving money for further development, so everything is okay. And yeah, I can agree with the collector special editions, especially on consoles. And Path of Exile has zones for PvP and PvP invitations, but it's a one-shot fest. It's a shit fest. I've tested Path of Exile PvP, and believe me, people one-shot each other so much there. You can kill someone in PvP from the other end of the screen without even seeing the person on your screen. You can just shoot in their direction with some spammy AoE skill. Path of Exile PvP is for fun. It's not balanced. It's anything but balanced. And it's understandable. It's a PvE grinder game. It's not a game for PvP. It's not an MMO with competitive modes and so on. See, games like Guild Wars 2, for example, the way they did their structured PvP, where PvE gear has nothing to do with PvP, and the PvP gear is separated and you can select it before you go into battle. This I like when they're balancing it, where grinding and farming doesn't give you advantage over someone who has just started the game. I don't like my items giving me an advantage over someone who has just started the game. I like everyone having access to the same item skills and abilities on day one when there's PvP in games. And Guild Wars 2 structured PvP was probably the best way to do it in an MMO I've seen. Because it's all about your personal skill. How good you are at using the tools they have given you. Not how much time you have spent no-lifing and farming for gear to get an item that's better than someone else to give you that extra edge, extra advantage. I think PvP really needs to be balanced, and it needs to put people on the same equal footing, and from there how someone builds their hero and how someone plays that build is what's important for the PvP. That's why I liked Guild Wars 2 PvP probably the most in the past 10 years or what. When did Guild Wars 2 launch? Has it been 10 years? Or was it... I think it was 2011 or 2012. So let's say for the past 8 or 9 years I haven't seen any game do PvP, structured PvP better. And of course in Guild Wars 2 World v World v World was a shitfest. It's a Zerg fest. It was definitely waggy Zerg fest. I had fun, especially using arrow cards on sieges, standing behind, spamming AoEs with my sorcerer and using arrow cards. It has been a blast. But most of the times it was Zergfest, and I actually used to play with 2-3 people in a team and just kill the stragglers that are running or falling behind on the Zerg. And yeah, that was actually very fun. And Zericus is back and it's asking me to give Sky a petting. Yeah, but Sky is in the living room, so this might have to wait until he's here. But we'll not forget about Sky. Okay, once I get level 55 I'm leaving this map and I'm gonna try and find myself another one. But that's the fast leveling up. Doing gauntlet maps. He's using a Skykachu emote. I have to make a Skykachu emote where I'm using Sky and morphing Sky with Pikachu for a Skykachu emote. I'm gonna have to make a picture of Sky and draw the red cheeks and paint it yellow. I have to remember to take a close-up picture of Sky, a close-up portrait, and turn it into a Twitch and YouTube. Oh, actually, I keep forgetting to enable YouTube emotes. I need to make a video, and I might as well make it tomorrow. I think I'm gonna have a few hours tomorrow to do that, to upload a video explaining, or maybe I should wait until I can use my webcam so I can have that. Well, we'll see. If anything, I can just update the video later. But alright, maybe tomorrow I can make a video about YouTube memberships and emotes. I keep forgetting for the past 2 months. I keep postponing it to enable emotes and memberships on my YouTube channel. But yeah, I'm gonna do it tomorrow. I'm loving... Zericus is enjoying the Struck Love emote. And Sinchi544, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Welcome to the Struck Club to you. Enjoy your stay. Feel free to ask questions as well. Feel free to ask me anything, anyone, YouTube or Twitch, regardless where you're watching from. Feel free to ask me anything about the game, any questions. If I can, I will answer them. If not, I can at least tell you who might be able to. go. Come on, die, die, die. Keep forgetting to use the debuffs. They increased a little bit the HP of those orange minions. The orange-red minions, because they were dying too quickly. We were talking with my viewers a couple weeks ago how those seem to die super quickly, and they've increased their HP to make them feel more like minions rather than trash mobs. And Jing Cheng Ni, yeah, you can party with me. What level are you and what region are you in? Because I'm playing on EU, and if we're different regions, there might be a lot of lagging. But we can give it a shot, we can see how it goes. It won't be that bad if we try it out. So maybe after I'm done with this map, you can team up with me. I will be done with this map as soon as I hit level 55. My Steam should be, this should be my Steam friend. Fuck. I didn't expect to die this quickly. Okay, I'm done with this map. I didn't expect for them to two-shot me. I mean, by the time I typed Steam, I was already one-shot. Well, I think I kept a spare weapon, did I? I'm gonna have to use this one. There's no life binding legendary items, unfortunately. I'm not a fan of it. I liked being able to life bind my legendary items. Another change I never liked when they made it. Okay, let me open my Steam friends list to see. Let me know once you've added me so I can accept it and we can try and invite each other. Anyone who wants to join us, let me know. If you're around my level, even if you're level 60, I'm 54. I'm probably gonna get 2-3 shot by level 60s, but I get 2-3 shot by level 55s as well, so it's kind of the same. In the meantime, while we're waiting, I'm out of water and I'm gonna go and get myself some water. Oh, he's level 60. He can boost me. He can boost me. I'm gonna get myself some water. If you're on Twitch, I can run some ads for like 30-60 seconds while I go to the kitchen to get some water. So be right back. Alright, there we go. I'm back. So yeah, got myself some more water, and let's see if I got the friend request. Oh yeah, I did get it. So now I'm gonna go offline and online on Steam to refresh my friends list. Okay, I see him. Wait, it's not letting me invite you to my party. It's telling me invite to watch, but not invite to party. That's strange. Oh, never mind. I got your invite. Should I go to your fort? I guess you can wait for me in your fort. I'm coming there. And Easy Games is saying I don't miss out on anything if I start right now. Yeah, you don't miss out on anything. Steam Early Access players. In fact, you actually are winning. You're winning. You're saving 10 bucks. The game is gonna be 10 bucks more expensive, or 10 euro more expensive, starting tomorrow. So. It's not letting me travel to your fort. Oh, there we go. Go to your fort. Just teleport to your fort. Press the teleport button. I think it's T. For me it's Z. But maybe Z I custom made. But anyways, I'm in your fort already. I'm assuming we're on ridiculous, right? Fire starter, of course. I'm gonna get a fire starter. Wilson was a letdown in many ways. I liked the Wilson beta more than the launched version, and I liked the alpha more than the beta. So it has been going down for me with Wilson. So yeah, you started the map, I assume. Alright, let's enter. I'm probably gonna stay back because things are gonna kill me quickly. If you're doing a level 60 map, they're gonna be a little bit tricky to kill. I also have no idea what map we are getting into. Oh, it's Hyvit. Okay. Oh, it's a boss map. Kronk. Not sure boss maps is the way. I mean, this is gonna be so difficult for me. I'm probably gonna get one shot super easy. Oh, and he's forged. Oh boy, and he's ranged forged. Oh, our DPS is gonna suffer. It's impressive though. He's reached challenge level 27. Oh no, he's reached challenge level 35 on a ranged forged. I guess he's doing decent damage. He's probably making some sort of burning build. I wonder if they fixed. The what's its name? Furnace blast. I wonder if they fixed furnace blast. You have to stand in the circle. Stand in the circle. No. A little bit lower. A little bit lower. When you see, when you see the green thing moving, that's when you have to stop. Because the circle sometimes shows up in a different place. So you need to go a little bit to the south. There you go. You're probably seeing the circle on a different place than I am. This still needs to be fixed in multiplayer. Thanks. And I didn't lose... Oh no, I did lose my weapon. Well, I'm not gonna live bind my gear until I'm 60, I guess. And thanks for the rest. Monster damage plus 0.28%. Monster HP plus 120%. Interesting. Why is it plus 0.28%? That seems like a bug. I think it needs to be plus 28% monster damage, not 0.28. Unless they change something and rebalanced it. I don't remember seeing less than 0.5. I think it used to be 0.5 per level or something like that, or 1 per level. The HP bonus he's getting at challenge level 27 seemed legit, 120% more monster HP. But yeah, Wilson was kind of a letdown for many people, and I mean it could be good with changes to the XP gain and changes to the drop rates and fixing all the bugs. So we'll see. But I like your build. Yeah, I think you've managed to make an interesting build. Do you have the Mountain King wheel? And if you have the Mountain King wheel, could you test for me on your hero with Furnace Blast whether using Furnace Blast and the Mountain King wheel replenishes heat? A week ago or 2 weeks ago when I tested it, I think it was actually a few days ago, when I tested it, it didn't work. So whenever I was using Furnace Blast, it was not giving me heat back. And I have that idea to make a Furnace Blast endless spammy build. Shotgun and Furnace Blast, and the idea is you use Furnace Blast to get 50 heat, which lets you do another Furnace Blast, and you just keep spamming it. You keep getting constantly 50 heat from using the Mountain King. It will give you 50 heat if you have the set bonus. It gives you 25 heat if you only have one item, but if you have 3 items of the Mountain King set, for example helmet, gauntlets, and the wheel, just for an example, you would get 50 heat back. And yeah, the replayability from modding in Torchlight 2 was amazing. By the way, teammate, Jink, you can go back to your base, because I am there. Maybe let me actually teleport you. Maybe it's a bug. I think it's a bug. Yeah, it's not gonna work. Multiplayer might be still glitchy. Maybe you can start a new map and I can teleport to you. Just start a new map and I can teleport to you. But hopefully it's not a boss map and something I can survive, because I'm gonna be dying a lot otherwise. And it's just gonna slow you down if I die all the time. Okay, you started the new map? Then let's see. Okay, I'm teleporting to the new map now, I think. Yeah. But why the bosses? Bosses are definitely not a good way to get stuff. It's not good to farm bosses. It's better to farm infamous unique maps. If you're farming fame, I'm not sure. Are you pushing further or are you farming fame? I guess he's pushing. He's probably pushing further. He can't type now because we're in combat. My damage is not enough. I mean, I'm barely scratching him. I mean, I'm level 54, and this is level 60, challenge level 35. And this is not good XP for me. So for now, I'd rather do maps with enemies for XP instead of boss fights. That they're just not worth my time for the XP I'm getting for the boss kill. Let's see. See, another thing they need to fix is this guy needs to disappear once you beat the boss of a map. But yeah, for now, I think it's too early for me to group up and do pushing of the Fazier. It's too early to push, especially something that's with 100%, with 120% extra HP or more. It's just not gonna be good for leveling up. For leveling up, you want to kill stuff as quickly as possible, rather than taking forever. So I'm gonna leave the party for now, and maybe we can team up once I'm level 60 and have some items. Otherwise, I'm just gonna be slowing you down, and it's also gonna take forever to do certain things. Okay, now I'm glitched. I can't reach my fort. But yeah, it's too slow XP for me to try and kill stuff, and you can see I'm getting one shot by even the smallest hits, and I'm only hitting for like 147 or so. Oh, now that's an interesting bug. Bug magnet striking again. And thank you, who was that? That was Jing Cheng. Thank you very much for subscribing to my YouTube channel. Really appreciate it. Oh, and I've got new legendary skill. Which one? Oh, the heart shocker I got earlier. Okay, let's see what I can do now. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna do the uniques map. But yeah, I don't know, for the Fazier dungeon for me is definitely something that really needs some changes before I can enjoy it. It seems a little bit boring, the way it is right now. But I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people who would enjoy it in its current state. But before I even reach level 30, I already get bored of how slow it is to kill certain things. Let's do this. Apparently the developers wanted the drop rates of legendary items to be you getting I think one legendary every 2.5 hours or something like that. But right now you can probably spend 12 hours without getting a single legendary as a drop if you're unlucky. If you don't count gear bundles. So yeah, right now gear bundles the best way to gear up. Even the blue gear bundles are better than getting blue drops. Because you get 3 per bundle and you get 2 bundles per each 9 contract levels, and per map you can get a lot of contract levels if you're doing the right map.
You can't catch that here.
What book? What do you mean by a book and level 57? Yeah, you can wear items 3 levels higher than your level. But I'm not sure what you were talking about, a book. Who said anything about a book? And if yes, I'm not sure what I follow what you mean. And yeah, release on Xbox is tomorrow. But yeah, Jink, if you can elaborate what you were referring to about not being a book. You can wear items 3 levels higher than your level. And if you go into a zone, your item gets downscaled up to 1 level higher than the zone. So if I have level 60 items and I go to a level 50 map, my items will be level 51. So the stats will go downscaled to level 51. Oh yeah, I was talking about something completely different. I can't remember what it was, but I was not talking about this, about the item level. You're about to buy Black Ops Cold War. Yeah, this game is actually pretty decent for just killing some time, farming some wood, just experimenting with builds. One of the biggest pulls right now for this game is the amount of builds you can make in it. They're not on the surface, but there's a lot of builds you can make once you dive deeply into passives and actives and legendarium and combining all those things together. And it definitely looks nice visually. It looks nice. I mean, people who don't like cartoony graphics would not like it, but if cartoony graphics are not bothering you, you're gonna love this game. If I mean, I can't say that everyone is gonna love it, because well, not everyone likes some of the things that you can see in the game. Like, even I have some things I don't like the thing I'm doing right now, the end game. I'm not a big fan of it, but it could be much worse. So at least I enjoy what we've got until we get something else. Hopefully they reconsider reverting the changes on mapworks and allow us to get more mapworks. For those of us who don't like the Fazir and prefer running mapworks scrolls instead of Fazir Dungeon. But the Fazir Dungeon definitely is the best place to farm items. To farm fame, actually. Let's not say farm items to confuse people. Let's say to farm fame to get items from gear bundles. see. Bennett is still playing Modern Warfare Warzone. I've actually, ever since Call of Duty 2, I've not played a single Call of Duty or Battlefield game. I guess I'm not a person that likes shooters as much, unless it's a water shooter like Borderlands and Destiny. But yeah, that's just me not being a big fan of shooters. But those games do look nice, the ones you've mentioned. You have Watch Dogs, Valhalla, and Cyberpunk. Oh, Cyberpunk I'm gonna get as well. I'm saving some money from Twitch stuff into my PayPal account for Cyberpunk, and this would be my kind of game. An RPG with a ton of replayability, with a nice story and everything. I won't be able to upgrade my PC before that, so I'm probably gonna have to play on low or medium settings. My video card is listed as the recommended video card for Cyberpunk 2077, which means I'm probably gonna play it on medium low on 1080p without problem. My CPU is better than the recommended. I've got an SSD to install it on, so the only thing I think will bottleneck me is my video card. And eventually I'm saving up for 1070. I'm saving up for 1070, and hopefully around Christmas I should have hopefully collected enough for the 3070. But the thing is, I need to buy a new case, a new PC case as well, and I already have the money for the new PC case. I just need to sort my my Google details so I can get my payment from YouTube. But yeah, hopefully by Christmas I would be able to enjoy Cyberpunk on max settings or close to max settings 1080p if I get a 3070 Nvidia graphics card. I also am waiting to see ATI, the Radeon graphics cards, to see how they would compare, and if something within the same price range of the 3070 would be good enough to consider. But for now the 3070 is really within my price range, within the money I would like to spend on a new GPU, and the performance I can get seems amazing for the price. By the way, the new AMD processors are not bad as well, but the pricing seems a little bit high. But they definitely compare very nicely to some of the Intel ones. I guess they were working hard to try and make AMD good with single core instead of the multi-core stuff, so they can compete with Intel in that regard. I'm not a specialist when it comes to hardware, so I might have said something I shouldn't have. Duration for Walkaway Storm or duration for Scout's Bones with more defense and evasion. This is a tough choice. I think duration for Walkaway Storm is much more useful to me. We'll see. Let's do this one, the Gearwalkie map. You passed on PS5, but you did pre-order the Series X and Series S. Oh, you've ordered both of them? A Series X and a Series S? Okay. Interesting. Why both though? Why did you order both of them? And I think upgrading next year would be nice. You're gonna have that new generation of CPUs. You're gonna have the new generation of GPUs. The prices would have gone lower. Although around Black Friday we're gonna see some nice sales probably. I'm thinking Nvidia might make a lot of money, and AMD might make a lot of money from CPUs around Black Friday. But many people are skipping this generation of CPUs from AMD and would just wait for Zen 4 and would just get 30 something 3000 series CPUs now that their prices will go down probably. But the new generation of Nvidia GPUs is just amazing. Such a nice leap of the performance price rating. You wanted one? What? Oh, you wanted you wanted the small Xbox for the bedroom. That's nice. That makes sense. Keep the monster in the living room and get the smaller one in the bedroom. Doorstops or paperweights? Well, you gotta admit that on consoles they're optimizing the games to run very well on console. And you know that when you get the console, the games you get for it are always gonna run nicely optimized. Unless that's no longer the case. I mean, I haven't had a console for a long time. Maybe now they do release unoptimized games on console, but last time I heard everything was running smooth whenever you get a game for a console. You got the console for the Game Pass Ultimate, interesting. Fox the Hun is saying, is there enough endgame content in the game? Well, what is enough? I mean, enough is a variable, it's not a constant. So for you, enough might be more than what's enough for another person. For you, enough might not be the same, and it might be less than it is for another person. So what is enough for you is different for everyone else, I guess. So if you tell me what you consider enough endgame, I can tell you whether there is enough. I miss the time when people only cared about whether the game has a good story and good replayability, excluding endgame. I mean, back in the day, people didn't care if the game had endgame. If you remember Diablo 2, people didn't care whether it had enough endgame or not. They were just constantly repeating bosses. It was a bit boring, constantly repeating the same boss over and over and over and over. But yeah, it was some sort of an endgame, I guess. This game right now has only one endgame mode, and whether that is enough for you, I can't tell. I would like to see more. I personally don't think the endgame is enough for me as variety, and I don't like the current endgame, but I like the game. And lack of endgame content is not gonna make me stop playing this game. But other people think differently. Alright, just a moment, because I think my pet is trying to get into my room, and the door might be a little bit harder for him to push. Oh no, I don't know. I heard some sound that sounded like meowing. Might have been something from the game. It sounded weird. Finally, max level scouts bones, by the way. Now we've got 3 bows. The 3 poison bows. But yeah, folks, I can try and explain to you about the endgame in a moment. Let me finish this map and I can explain about the endgame and what it is. But it's basically like a rifting system, but it's limited. You have 251 stages. And every stage you are given a choice of 3 maps, and you have to pick the map with the affixes you want to do. Each map gets a negative and a positive affix. So one of the affixes would do something that the game considers bad, such as giving the monsters double HP or giving the monsters attack speed and damage when they're on low HP, or giving the monsters immunity to certain things, and various things like that. It can give them movement speed as well. So that's one negative affix you get, and one positive affix, which could be something like extra gear work for you, or double fame from enemies, and a fame is a resource you need to get certain rewards. Or you can get a certain affix that lets you get basic attack speed every hit with a basic attack that stacks up to 5 times. So there's different positive affixes you can get. So every time you click on a challenge level, you get a choice of 3 maps, each of them having a random combination of a negative and a positive affix. And on top of this, you get built-in affixes. By built-in affixes, I mean something that either of the 3 maps would always have. In this case, Berserking was the built-in, I think, and Status Immune was the one on the card, and Gear Wookie was the one on the card. So regardless if I picked the Gear Wookie Status Immune map or a different one, all of them would have had the Berserking. And the built-in affixes eventually become 2, and eventually they become 3. So the further you push, the more negative built-in affixes you can get. And you always get a choice of 3. And if you die, you go back to a checkpoint, which is normally the first map of each stage. Every 4 maps you get a boss fight, and then you go to stage one, to the next one, to the next set of 4. So they're split into sets of 4. You do one map, second map, third map, boss. Then you unlock the next checkpoint, which is the next first map. And then if you die on map number 2 or 3 or on the boss fight, you go back to map number 1 of the set of 4. I hope this kind of makes it clear what the end game is to you. Whether this is enough, again, for me it's not enough, and I would like to see more endgame in the next 2-3 months, maybe 4-5, whatever it takes them to make more endgame. I would like for them to focus their attention and development into making new endgame types. This is my wish for the first big major update after launch, for them to focus their attention on something completely different. Something that if I do this, press F10 to hide my HUD, to hide my overlay, I want to be able to say, hey, this looks like a new type of endgame. Because right now you've got Mapworks, which is you opening a map portal. This thing, where is it? This would open a portal to a random dungeon, and that dungeon would be, you do a map, at the end there's a boss room, you go to the boss room, you kill the boss, you get wood, you exit. And this is basically the same thing as this one I'm doing right now, but without the affixes. And if I hide my HUD, people wouldn't know I'm doing different content. If I play like this, people wouldn't know whether this is Mapworks or Fazir's Dungeon. So I would like a new endgame mode where if I press F10 and play without the HUD, people would clearly say, hey, that's not the Fazir, that's the other type of endgame. So hopefully we do get something like that in the next few months after launch. We do know that they're already working on a new endgame. They're already exploring ideas for what the new endgame will be. They probably haven't started working on it, but they know that that's what the community wants, and they're thinking of what to make, I guess. Maybe is the best way to put it. And I personally think one endgame mode to launch with is not bad. It's not as much as I would want, but it's enough for a game to launch with one endgame mode, as long as they bring another endgame mode within the next few months after launch. Because most games don't launch with more than one endgame activity. I don't remember how much endgame Path of Exile had, or how much endgame Diablo 3 had, or how much endgame Diablo 2 had on day one when they launched, but it probably wasn't more than one activity. They're already exploring New Game Plus as well. They have said it in some of the State of the Game posts that they know we want a New Game Plus. I just hope they don't do Diablo style New Game Plus, where you have to complete the story in one mode and then do Nightmare and then do Hell and things like that. I just want to see, once you finish the game, every single enemy to start scaling to your level wherever you go. If I go to level 5 zone, I would want the enemies to scale to my level if I'm level 50, 60, 47, 67. Actually, there's no 67. 57. But yeah, I would like this type of New Game Plus. Not a New Game Plus where I have to do Nightmare or whatever you wanna call it, but the New Game Plus where the enemies from the story start scaling with my level, and I can explore the story zones and just grind levels and gear and fame in those zones. And maybe I would like to see something like Grimdown's Nemesis system. I would like to see something like Grimdown's roguelike dungeons, Bastion of Chaos, Steps of Torment, something like that. That's like a dungeon that you need certain items to be able to access, to craft some keys. So something like that would be nice. And I would like something like the Crucible in Grimdown. I mean, Grimdown for me is the game with very nice end game, and a lot of the things that I see in Grimdown, I would like to see similar things in other games, not copy-pasted, verbatim copy-pasted one-to-one things. No, I'm not talking about that, but some sorts of versions of this. A survival, a defend the objective kind of mode, a mode where you go into a dungeon and until it's done, you can't leave. Similar to how it's done here, you die, you can't come back until your party reopens the portals with a new key. Something like that would be nice, for example. But yeah, there's just so many ways you can do endgame. There's one more thing I would like to see, a naval battle where you're fighting on a ship. You're fighting on a ship. Actually, I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about. I got this idea when I was on the loading screen of the game. But instead of just talking about it, I'd rather show you. So let me open my screenshots. Actually, it's not a screenshot. Game content, background. No, it's not background. It's loading screens. Loading screens. Loading screens. So you're probably seeing this on your screen right now. So do you see how in this loading screen you have this monster? And I would like to see content where you're boarding the ship. 4 of you people are boarding the ship to go and beat this monster. And I would like it to be separated in 2 stages. Stage 1, traveling, where you're constantly getting enemies jumping on top of your ship and attacking you. And you have to defend it and fend off those enemies, some sea creatures or whatever. And then eventually after 5 minutes or whatever, you reach the monster, and then there's a big raid boss fight. And someone has to control the ship and dodge the monster's attacks. Another person might have to control cannons. So yeah, you're controlling the cannons, and other people might be using attacks, ranged attacks, things like this. And there might be phases where the monster is attackable with melee when it's down for like a few seconds, something like that. I would love to get something like this. It hasn't been done. It hasn't been done. But I think the people who would do something like this first might be Path of Exile. Path of Exile, grinding gear games, they're the ones that constantly innovate with weird seasons and leaks. So if I see something like that there, I wouldn't be surprised. But I would like to see something like that. Alright, enough of this, let's do more endgame.
Your pet has returned.
But yeah, Tower Climber, similar to Grimdown's what's it called, Crucible, but where you have different objectives, it's nice, and having a limit and having checkpoints. So let's say you reach 25, you can have a checkpoint, and next time to start with level 25, you reached 50, okay, you can start from 50 next time. Things like that would be pretty nice. But to be basically a survival mode where you have to defend enemies, it could be a boss run, it could be enemies, it could be different stages where you have to position players differently. So one person is covering one flank, the other one is covering another flank. Or there could be a defense. If you've played Global Agenda, there used to be something called Dome Defense Rate. And basically it was you standing in the middle defending waves of enemies and then bosses. This is the most basic thing that probably wouldn't require a lot of development to make. Because you can make different zones. You can make one for the Act 1, one for Act 2, one for Act 3, and one for maybe the Netherrim world where you're invading the Netherrim and they're the ones defending and you're the attacker. And you're the one that's sieging the Netherrim fortress. I mean, if you give me time, I can think of so fucking many ideas about endgame that could fit in the game. So yeah, we can have a tower climber, we can have a defense mode with an additional attack mode if you get the Netherrim realm, where you're invading the bad guys instead of defending from the bad guys. You can have, what else? You can have push the payload and defend the payload. So let's say you have to push the payload from point A to point C, with point B in the middle. Or let's say from point A to point D, and you have point A to point B. At point B there's a stop, and you have to fend off waves of enemies. And the payload is invulnerable while it's in the defend mode. And then you keep pushing until point C, where there's the same but more enemies and more elites. And then you push it to point D, where there's a boss fight. And yeah, you maybe something where you kind of get more points if the payload survives. I've already submitted an idea like this like 6 months ago or 7 months ago or whatever, long ago. I might rework those ideas and resubmit them again, this time on Note, where people can vote and we can see which ideas people like. By the way, Note, N-O-L-T, is where you can report bugs and give feedback. All sorts of feedback. If you have some weird ideas about content you might want to see or rebalancing that you would like to see, you can go to Note. This is where you do that. It's the feedback center, the support/feedback center. It's more of a feedback center than a support center. I think the support center will be done through Perfect World when support is needed. But yeah, I can think of just so many ideas, and eventually I will make them as Note posts. And we can see which ones people like and which ones they don't. Let's see. Let's see. I think the only game that has done naval combat or some sort of naval things is Lost Ark. I think Lost Ark did something where you have ships and some sort of naval thing in a isometric game. Of course, we do have Black Desert and Arcade and stuff like that, but those are MMOs and they're third person. They're not isometric third person, so they're a little bit different, I guess. And they're not action RPGs, hack and slashes. They're more of a MMO grind fest. So Lost Ark is probably kind of in the middle between MMO and isometric hack and slash looter. And I think they've done some sort of ship stuff. I've not played the game a lot. I've only played like few hours of Lost Ark. I just couldn't stream it because the proxies, the free proxies I could get didn't allow me a decent enough upload speed to stream myself playing Lost Ark. So I just never continued playing it because I just didn't feel like playing the game if I'm not streaming it. I do my best whenever I play a game to make sure I'm streaming it. There's few cases where I won't be able to because of NDA, but when a game is in NDA I just don't play it much. That's why in the beta of Torchlight 3 I was kind of... I didn't play it. I played for like 50-60 hours, no more, of Torchlight 3 beta. But in the alpha I spent more than 1,000 hours, and then they made an NDA during the beta. That meant I couldn't stream, I couldn't make content. So I kind of took a break then for a while from Torchlight 3. And I was so happy when early access started and I could stream and make content for the game again. What am I? 55, halfway done. Okay. Now this is an upgrade. 11.9 versus 8.2. Finally. Finally an upgrade for the pet with more cooldown. Now if I can get the healing skill on the pet, it's gonna be even better. See. Why is this game so underrated? Is that bad? No, the game is much better than people are telling it and making it out to be. Most of the bad reviews are from early access day or week 1 or week 2. So from the first few weeks of early access, people were expecting this game to be as good as launched games and as good as games that have been out for years. So they had unrealistic expectations. People were expecting this game to be Torchlight 2 with better graphics. People were expecting this to be Diablo 2 in the Torchlight universe with better graphics. People were expecting this to be as good as Path of Exile and as good as Diablo 3 or as good as Grim Dawn. And I mean, for me this game is better than Diablo 3. I enjoy playing this game more than Diablo 3, even though it has maybe less endgame stuff to do, because it only has one endgame activity, and in Diablo you have 1.5, because you have rifting and the different type of rifting. Okay, in Diablo you have 2.5. I forgot about bounties and tuber bosses, 3.5. So yeah, you have more endgame to do in Diablo 3 than this game, but Diablo 3 has been out there for a long time. Grim Dawn has been out there for a long time, and so has Titan Quest, and so has Path of Exile, and so Torchlight 2 can be compared to this game, but Torchlight 2 has so many mods, and there's things in this game I like much more than how they were done in Torchlight 2. which is, for example, the skill system. I'm such a big fan of Torchlight 3 skill system. It has so much freedom, so much customization, so much variety of how you can combine one skill with another and with another passive, and with the relics and subclasses. I also never liked the enchanting in Torchlight 2. So yeah, Hoyer, thank you for the follow, welcome to the Struck Club, and ignore the negative reviews from a few months ago from June. I can tell you what is bad about the game. If you want to know about the good, the bad and the ugly parts of the game, I can tell you all about them. So the bad parts about the game, again, lack of endgame variety. You only have one endgame mode, and that might not be enough. Lack of item customization other than socketed items. First of all, you can't make sockets. You have to find socketed items, which is fine. I can live with that. But then once you get an item, you cannot change its affixes. See, this one is crit damage, 1000 volt burst, 3 levels, and 1 additional bolt phantom shock. If I want to remove the 1000 volt burst, for example, and put flat damage, I'm not able to do it. The game doesn't have such a system like the Diablo 3 rerolling or the Chronicon rerolling or whatever other game uses a similar rerolling system. And I think this is something I would really like to see getting added soon as quality of life change. It probably wouldn't be that difficult. Maybe within 1 or 2 months of development we might see such a system polished, tested, and ready to implement. And I think I would agree with bad drop rates if that was implemented. Right now, many people would agree with me that the drop rates of legendary items are abysmally bad. And if you don't have a affix rerolling system, bad legendary drop rates make no sense. If you have rerolling, then it makes sense, because then you just need to get the item once and you can just farm materials and reroll it. But now you need to get one specific item maybe 10, 20, 50, 100 times before you get all the affixes you want on it. And this all falls into the bad category. In regards to the good category, you can make more than 160 builds in the game. If you think hard, maybe you can make even 200, but let's say 160 is a good number to save. It's safe to consider 160 builds doable in this game. Considering classes, subclasses, and mix and matching items with certain skills and passives. This thing considered, I think that allows for a lot of replayability. But if the endgame doesn't improve, all that replayability would get very boring, because you're gonna be doing the same old stuff, just on a different build. And whether the different build is enough to keep you replaying the same stuff over and over again, varies from one person to the next. Some people can mentally survive grinding the same content for months. Others would get bored in 1 or 2 months. Some might get bored in 3 weeks. It depends. I mean, it's different from one person to the next. I like the itemization system, and I like how items always cost the same price. Level 1 legendary item will always cost 100, and level 60 legendary items will also always cost 100. So legendary items always cost 100 gold coins. Blue items are always 60, green items are always 30, and white items are always 8. This is an amazing way of doing the economy, so that even if you go and help your WoW friends to push their campaign, you would still get items that you can sell for a reasonable amount of gold coins. And gold doesn't seem to be that big of a problem for some people, unless you're like me and you're constantly running out of gold and don't have enough for potions while leveling up. But most people are saying they don't run out of gold during their playthroughs. But yeah, I guess it again depends on the person. Another thing I don't like is the potion system, and I would like to see it changed to not have potions as drops, but to just keep them on a cooldown. keep them on a cooldown, allow the player to choose the type of potion they want, maybe different quests to let you unlock different potions. In fact, they might even change it to healing skills instead of potions and just allow you to unlock different healing skills and have a dedicated healing skill slot that you can just select the skill that goes inside. I've never been a fan of systems where you have to get potions as drops and rely on RNG to get potions. It just doesn't sit right with me, but some people love it. But I would still consider that as a con, outdated potion system. What else I would consider on the good side of things? On the good side of things, I would consider the Legendarium, which is kind of like the Kanai Cube in Diablo, which again could probably fall into build variety category. You've got 111 legendaries, minus each class has like 16 class specifics, so 16 times 4. So for each class you get, let's see, that's what, 32, 64, 64 minus 16, what would that be? 54, 48? 48. So it's 111 minus 48 items for every hero. So every hero can use 111 minus 48 items, and from those items they can pick 3 and put into the Legendarium based on what they want. So yeah, you can do some interesting combinations there. And those items you can, all of those items you can find except 5 or 6. 5 or 6 items you can never find as drops. You start with those already unlocked. They're legendarium only, but all the other items you can find as legendary items and just equip them. You can combine equipped items with items in the legendarium, so it's kind of like the Kunai Cube in Diablo, but maybe a little bit better and more fun to play around with. And this is a nice system. This is something I really like. It adds that extra flavor to a build. And yeah, I think the game in general, my positives outweigh the negatives. Unlike other games, for example, for me as a casual player, a filthy casual, when I play Path of Exile, the negatives outweigh the positives and I just can't enjoy the game, and it makes me feel like a miserable piece of shit when I play Path of Exile. Whereas with this game, I just have fun. Yeah, there are times where I'm gonna rage and not like certain things in the game, but I don't have this feeling I get when I play Path of Exile, for example. For example, when I play Diablo, I really get bored. I get bored so quickly that it's just an endless no-life competition of who has better bots and who has friends playing their accounts to get more Paragon levels so they can push further. And it's definitely a no-life competition, the competitive mode in Diablo. I do like other things in Diablo though. I like the Gambler, which we do have here as well. We do have a Gambler here. I do like the bounty system and being able to get rewards from the bounty system for crafting in Diablo. I'm probably one of the few people who actually enjoys the bounty system in Diablo 3. But yeah, the negatives in Diablo 3 also outweigh the positives. But with Torchlight 3 it's the opposite. There's more things for me that I like in this game than the ones I dislike. So I think the game is not everyone's cup of tea, but for those whose cup of tea it is, they're really gonna enjoy it. And did you see what I just did? I'm auto-casting a certain skill and I'm using an item in the Legendarium to help me get a trigger, a proc, and it's amazing. I'm now getting Chain Whitening Heartseeker on a build that's not really using Heartseeker at all. I'm gonna explain it in a moment. I'm gonna try and show you what I'm talking about after I make sure there's no one. So you see, with this item, whenever I cast a precision skill, there's 10% chance to fire Heart Seeker for free. And with this item, Heart Seeker now does chain lightning on hit, striking up to 3 enemies for 50% of Heart Seeker's current damage. And I think this doesn't count as a proc, the same way White Wolf's Cave Breaker counts as a proc. And I think this might be able to trigger Thunder Strike, Lightning Strike. I'm not 100% sure here. I need to test this more to see if Thunder Strike can be triggered by this Chain Lightning. But in any case, it's an extra proc, extra Chain Lightning. And I'm not using Heart Seeker. Heart Seeker is this skill. I have 0 points in Heart Seeker. Yet the Chain Lightning happens, so you can have some fun moments, some synergies with the Legendarium like those. At what time will the game be released tomorrow? Do we know? Atanas Tsvetkov, you're from my country. I'm assuming from your name. Bulgarian time, you would expect the game around 9 or 10 in the evening, probably. So that's like 11 or 12 Pacific. Maybe it could be 10 Pacific. Actually, let me check that for you on the Discord. Just a moment. 11 or 10 or 12 Pacific time, which would be 8, 9 or 10. We'll see. Let me check. Does it say the launch time? Just a moment, I'm gonna check on Steam. There should be something out there. Normally Steam does those releases at 6 PM UK, which would be 8 PM our time, which would be 10 AM Pacific. But something might have changed, and they might have done it might have decided to do it a little bit later. Currently reading on Steam to see if I can find that info for you. Most likely, yeah, expect it 10, 11 or 12 AM Pacific, which would be, if you're from Bulgaria, as I'm suspecting from your name, you could expect it 8, 9, 10 in the evening. So UK time, that would be 6, 7 or 8 in the evening. German time at 1 more hour. I can't confirm it for sure. You might want to ask on the Discord channel, on the Discord server, and the Torchlight Frontiers. Is that the... Okay. I forgot my command. Just a moment. It's discord.gg/playtorchlight. That's it. That should bring up the link. You can try and ask over there. I'm gonna copy the link for people on YouTube, by the way. I realized my comment is different on YouTube, so just a moment. Posting the link for everyone there. So yeah, enjoy this link. This is the official Discord channel. The developers are very down to earth. You can even talk to Max Schaefer every now and then, who is a legend. In this genre, one of the founding fathers of Diablo and of Blizzard North. Three levels to Oil Shasta. Interesting. Actually wanna see what it looks like wearing this hat. It looks nice. Okay, let's move. And hello Judge AT, welcome back to you as well. What level are you now, Judge AT? How is the leveling going? Did you encounter some difficulties? Okay. Let's see here. This is tempting to keep. Found myself a new helmet. I'm gonna leave some stuff in the storage for outs. I'm saving a lot of junk items for when leveling Wobbies, so I can have some gear to switch in between. Dimich is back. Welcome back, Dimich. What's up with you as well? As you can see, I'm doing some leveling, farming, grinding. And JJT says, just about to start the Hive area and my damage was a little low as Sharpshooter, but I did gamble a new gun that was 20 damage upgrade. Yeah, try to get better weapons when leveling up. Prioritize the weapon, because I found that while leveling up, the weapon really matters. Well, it always matters even when not leveling up, but while leveling up, if your weapon is a few levels under the content, like 3-4 levels under the content, it's not gonna do decent damage. So try to keep that up to date as much as possible. And try to kill Kenny. Interesting name. Very nice name. Welcome to the Struck Club to you. Thank you for the follow. And Pierce Leviathan is back. He says, "Hi Struck, how many hours did you get out of the Baldur's Gate 3 early access?" I was actually doing a lot of side stuff, and I think I got around 30 hours. 2 times 11 and 1 time 8 hours. But when I finished the story, I voted myself right before the end, and I kept doing some more quests before in the end finishing it again. And there are still some things I never did. I never encountered the owlbear. I never found the night song. So there are still things I never found. I think someone who doesn't fail battles as much as me, and who doesn't repeat one battle 5, 6, 7, 8 times before he in the end manages to win the battle. I think someone could maybe finish every single side quest within 30 few hours. But yeah, definitely I'm not the person to say how much you can get out of the game, because I did a lot of saving, loading, and repeating certain fights. You can gamble for two-handed weapons, or you can gamble for one-handed weapons, because getting a good one-handed weapon seems easier than a good two-handed. and maybe it's a little bit cheaper. Pierce Leviathan, keep in mind, early access in Baldur's Gate apparently will only be Act 1 until the game launches. So you can kind of like get 30 hours on a single playthrough, but you can have multiple playthroughs with multiple heroes, with multiple combinations of which companions you take. And Dimich, this game is not free to play, it's buy to play. Let's see if I've missed any other messages. JJT has got his book tree to level 3 and the goblin thing to level 2, nice. But yeah, Dimich, the game is buy to play, and if you buy it today, before tomorrow, before the launch, you can buy it cheaper than tomorrow. So tomorrow, when the game launches, the price is going up by 33%. So if it's 30 euro or $30 based on your region, the price is going up to $40 and 40 euro. So from 29.90, it's going to 39.90 euro or dollars based on the region. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. If you're planning on buying the game, if you're like 100% sure you want to get the game, today is probably your last chance to get it before the price increases. And there's no wiping. The final wipe was on Tuesday, on the 6th of October. So if you start playing now, your progress is not gonna get erased. So you really need to keep that in mind. If you really wanna buy the game, and you have the money and you're sure that you're getting the game on launch, might as well get it now and get at least 1 day of head start. We're not competing, there's no competition who would reach max level first, who would reach the Fazir's dungeon end first, but if you want to play earlier, well, you've got the chance to do it without worrying about wipes anymore. No, I'm not from India, I'm from Bulgaria. It's southeastern Europe. I don't sound like an Indian person. I mean, I don't have an Indian accent, although there's probably a bunch of different Indian accents, because they have so many languages, I guess, there. But I'm pretty sure my accent sounds like a hard Balkan Eastern European person. So if I'm from Bulgaria, Turkey, Macedonia, Romania, Serbia, and Montenegro, I think that's the countries that kind of sound the way I do. I mean, I can try and do an Indian accent, but it's gonna be offensive to some people for someone not Indian doing an Indian accent, so I'm not gonna do it. But you would see the difference if you if you hear me and then hear a person from India, and you would see how different it sounds. I mean, they speak a little bit softer. Balkan countries like mine speak hard. We have like the hard sound. We have sh, things like that. We have those sounds. People from Brazil kind of have similar sounds. People from Portuguese and Brazil have similar sounding things in the alphabet. Like j and things like that, but they still have specific way of talking, like the intonation and the way they pause between certain things. So it's still kind of distinctive, and you can tell it apart. But some people have confused me sometimes for someone from there. But yeah, that's a first for people to compare me or to confuse me for a person from India. There's always time for firsts. People have asked me if I'm Italian. People have asked me if I'm from Turkey, if I'm from Brazil, and if I'm from some other countries I can't remember. I mean, someone asked me if I'm from Japan. Do I speak like someone from Japan? I've always wondered. But yeah, one person once asked me. I guess maybe I said something that might have sounded like that, but How's the playthrough going? Quals, welcome back to you. The playthrough is going fine. Pushing through certain things. Trying to farm certain items, but they're not dropping, unfortunately. The stuff I wanna get just doesn't wanna drop. Oh wait, I wanted those boots. They're poison damage. And this is additional boats fired on shock. I think it's a juicy upgrade. Well, Quals, I'm telling you, not everyone knows regional accents. I mean, for me, it's a little bit difficult to tell who is from New Zealand and who is from Australia. But I know that Australians just like make the vowels long. Like, for example, the O would be very long O. Like, and I know that in New Zealand they kind of replace one sound with another. So. So what should we say instead of neck, nick or something like that, something like this. So there are certain things to pay attention to. It's a little bit easier for me, for example, in the UK to tell who is from the northern parts and who is from the southern parts and who is from the Midlands, or for example a Scouse accent. I can kind of sometimes tell the Scouse Manchester kind of accents. Liverpool Manchester accents are a little bit harder to tell apart, but I can tell them apart sometimes. But when it comes to that Australia and New Zealand, it's a little bit hard for me to tell them apart. And in the US I can tell apart some of the Texan southern accents and tell them apart from something more to the northwest or northeast. But I mean, some people don't have that much experience with people outside of English-speaking countries. So I can tell certain Italian people, I can tell certain people from German-speaking countries, people from French-speaking countries, and kind of guesstimate that they're from somewhere around there. But I can tell you when a German or someone from Österreich speaks English. I can't tell it apart. I really can't. So I understand how someone could mistake me for someone from India, from Japan, from wherever, if they're not familiar with foreign accents. I mean, with my education, we had to do different accents on a daily basis for different roles and parts in university, so I kind of had a lot of interest in accents. For one of the exams I had to do a Manchester accent, so it was kind of, yeah. I'm pretty sure if I try now I wouldn't be able to do it, but I had a girl from there helping me from my class to get it right for that scene. Crossplay is not in the game. It will not be in the game for the time being, but it's not out of the question. It is on the table. We might get crossplay eventually if it's really popular and people really want it. They might put someone on the job to do it, to work towards it. Jedoli, she is not my wife. Actually, she was dating someone 20 years older than her. So, she ain't my wife. But I do appreciate the help. But yeah, not sure if that's a stereotype. The Manchester girl dating someone that's 40 years old and she's 20 something. Let's see if I missed some messages. GG8 said the Slavic languages are a bit hard to distinguish closely. Well, for me it's a little bit easier to distinguish my language to Russian and to Ukraine and stuff like that, because in Russia and Ukraine they talk a little bit softer again. You know, in Russia they talk like this, you know, and in Bulgarian we talk like this, you know. So there's that kind of difference. But the language itself is yeah. When you see it written, you probably won't tell the difference unless you know the few differences in the letters. The Bulgarian alphabet is 31 letters. I think the Russian was 33, or was it 34? It's been a while since I've studied it. So they have some extra letters that they've added to our alphabet when they took it. But yeah. But yeah, Slavic languages might be very hard to tell to some people who just haven't had enough encounters with people from there to tell the difference between one country and another. But I'm really enjoying this build. Languages and other things aside, I'm really enjoying this build, and I can't wait to add the summons into the mix. Once I get the items, the Bone Razor, Bone Walker, I will add them. I would add the Rifle of Leadership, and I would have 9 goblins and 10 skeletons, all of them proccing Lightning Strike, along with my Infectious Shooter, which would proc a lot of projectiles shooting from those poison balls. I think it might end up a very, very strong DPS build, probably stronger than my Electrified Shooter. Actually, I'm expecting this to end up stronger than the Electrified Sharpshooter. Less survivability, because we're gonna lose Lightning Barrier to get the Goblin Legion. But I think the DPS would be better, especially on bosses where you can burst it with 1000-volt burst for skeletons. And have the Goblin Legion and everything out there. You've already been putting a lot into Onslaught. Well, Onslaught becomes very good at max level, at tier 3. Before that, it wasn't that great, and you really need you need good damage to get Onslaught to work well. While leveling up, I strongly recommend using targeted strikes. It's just the easy mode of leveling: targeted strikes and chaotic strikes. The striker build. The chaotic striker build. I might make a chaotic striker build for people who want to have a leveling up build. People have been asking me for starter builds to level up with. I might just make it as a theory for people who want to level up. You want to put the first 5 levels there, the second 5 levels there, the third 5 levels there. I'm gonna go ahead and make it soon. So level up as a targeted striker, the chaotic striker. And eventually switch to whatever other build you want once you get the items needed for that build. But yeah, chaotic strikes and targeted strikes while leveling up. Save up Respectacles, and once you find the items for the other build, then just switch. Well, if you have spare Respectacles, you could reroll. If you're having a hard time with Onslaught, keep in mind Onslaught is dangerous while leveling up because it puts you closer to the enemies. Onslaught's range needs an increase. See, let's stand in this place. This is where I am, in this brown block. I think Onslaught should hit here. The center of Onslaught should be here, but the center of Onslaught is actually here. So you see, if they change the center from here to here, I think it would be better. Because right now, if I'm centering Console here, that means the enemy is like 2 steps away from melee range. Couple of meters away from melee range, and it's very dangerous. So if you're squishy, and you are squishy with the sharpshooter while leveling up, even with the shield, Onslaught is not the best choice for new players. Whereas with targeted strikes, with exploding arrow and tight grouping, you get better range, and you're probably gonna have less problems with the survivability. Warriors, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Club to you as well on Twitch. Nice having you here. Well, I don't think the range is the problem for Sharpshooter's teleport. The problem is that when you press spacebar, it starts walking. See, I'm gonna teleport there. Well, it didn't teleport until it got within range, so I wanna teleport there. See, it had to walk. You can bypass this if you hold shift. If I hold shift, but if I hold shift I can't walk. If you hold T, let's see holding T. If I hold T, it doesn't work, so if you hold shift and teleport, it's not bad. I mean, the range is acceptable. The range is acceptable, it's not too overpowered, it's not underpowered. But my problem is they fucked up the skill a few months ago, where with Shadow Step and Ghost Visage, if you target further from your hero, it starts walking. Before it wasn't like this. Before it would immediately teleport in this direction, regardless where the cursor is. Regardless whether my cursor is here or here, it would instantly teleport, as if I'm holding shift. And that was so much better. And now you might end up dying because of this shitty way of handling escape mechanic skills. Instead of teleporting you on the spot, it wants to walk within distance of the destination where you want to teleport. And that just seems wrong. It felt much better before. I've died multiple times as a result of this change. Because my hero doesn't actually teleport but starts walking, and by the time it goes within range it's already dead. And no, the progress is not getting wiped. The final wipe was on the 6th of October, last Tuesday. So if you start today, if you get the game today, you're not gonna get a wipe, and you're still getting it cheaper. So now is your chance to start one day early while retaining the progress. Oh, rare bones. I'm missing 4 bones. So this is a broken map. This map cannot be completed most likely. I don't think I can get 4 bones in this map. Let's give it a try, you never know. But yeah, I don't think this map needs to be reported as broken. Alright, let's report this map quickly. What's the build number? The build number is 99025. 99025. I'm gonna share my Firefox with you. What was the rare bones? Okay, there we go. It doesn't take too long to report a bug. Sometimes I'd rather report them. See, if I don't report it and just copy paste this on a notepad, I might restart my PC or whatever can happen, and then I would lose the notepad thingy. Arcsage Hardcore is your queen. Okay. Nice queen there. JJT says Mary is my queen. BJ Winter. Okay. And yeah, warriors, enjoy checking the skill trees. If you have any more questions, guys, let me know. Now I need to go back to character selection, because, well, this map can be completed. So, oh, look at my guy rocking the pink set, the purple set. He's like Donatello. The purple electrified shooter. Oh, unable to connect to Torchlight servers. What the? What the what? Let's see. I can connect now, probably. I'm gonna check quickly if I missed some chat messages. Sometimes I might miss one or two chat messages. See, I missed Salty Life's message that said he's level 46 and his wife is 30. Yeah, that's nice. That is nice. When the level difference is bigger, when playing together, there might be a little bit of a difference. And the Wobby might get one shot easily on the high level content. But if the high level goes to help the WoW level in the WoW level maps, it's gonna work out fine. But the high level is not gonna get XP if the enemies are more than 4 levels lower than him or her or it. So yeah, that error happens every now and then. It happens when loading. It's fine. It's fine, I can just teleport back to the... So I need to remember, which map did I choose? I chose the Uniques map. So I should choose anything but that map, because that map obviously didn't have enough quest items, and unless I die, it's not gonna reset the different maps I can do. It's gonna give me access to the same ones. So, okay, let's do it like this. This is, I think, the one I did. I'm gonna do this one. Oh, to do a quick boss one to reset the maps. I didn't know it works that way. And Tanas Svetkov says, how is the multiplayer looking? I want to play with a couple of friends from the hood. Would it be possible to invite each other and start together? Yes, it's doable. You can either invite your friends from the Steam interface. Basically, you need to be Steam friends. So first add yourself to Steam. And if you're added on Steam, you can just open this, and this is your Steam friends list. You can just add people from the Steam friends list. You can also invite people who are nearby. And once you have other people on your Steam friends list, you can press Z or whatever your portal is. For me the portal is Z, you might have it on a different hotkey. And then it would let you teleport to every person on the team. As long as you're on the same region, it won't be bad, it won't wag as much. But if you're playing with people from a different continent, you might have some problems with wagging, maybe the occasional rubber banding. They did sort out the rubber banding problems we had in the first month of early access. But if you're playing from someone from another with someone from another region, you might get the occasional rubber banding for the person who's not in that region. Basically, whenever you're in a team with a person from a different region, whoever opens the map is not the one who decides what region the map is in. Whoever enters the map first is the one that decides what region the map is in. So let's say I have a person from the US in my team, and they open a portal, but they don't enter, and then I enter the portal. The portal will immediately create a EU dungeon. And then the US person would be playing his own map on EU, even though he was the one who used who made the portal. At least that's how it used to work like a couple of months ago or so. I think it still works like this. I need to test it eventually later. So that's how it used to be. The first person to enter the portal would decide what region it is in. They might have changed it for the person who makes the portal to decide it. I can't tell for now. But since you said friends from the hood, then yeah. Same country, same city, so yeah, it's definitely not gonna be a problem for you guys to play multi. And it's actually, the game becomes a little bit more difficult in regards to scaling how much damage you do. So you do less damage when you're playing in a team, but you can buff each other with auras, such as Walkaway Storm, and stack those auras, and stack all different pet auras. See, the pets have a limit of 1 aura per pet, but if you have 4 different people in the team, everyone can switch to a different pet aura, and you can stack all 4. The pet auras are block chance here, crit chance here, defense, and movement speed. So 4 people can, in theory and in practice, stack all 4 auras. One pet can only have 1 aura, as you can see. Whenever I change the aura, it removes the other one. But with 4 people you can stack them. And you can stack different relic auras as well. And other good stuff. You can stack vulnerability debuffs on enemies. And you can stack damage buffs, such as consecration with those. So in general the game is much more fun played in a team, even though you do less damage based on how many people are in the team. I think the developers need to put this somewhere easy to read in the game. When you press escape and press help, I think those numbers need to be there. The scaling and all the changes for each difficulty, for each number of players, like a table that gives you all those things. I might try and make some content where I'm explaining things like this that are just you can't know those things unless you read patch notes. And whenever there's big patch notes, I always make a video. I didn't make a video on the 6th of October because I will make a big video that includes the patch notes from the 6th and the ones from the 13th, just to let people know after launch what has changed if they have played before that. I normally make those things. It's like an overview, like a summary of the patch notes. For people who don't feel like reading patch notes, I just pick the highlights. I pick the things that I think stand out to me from the patch notes, because normally they might make 1, 2, 3, 4 part worth of patch notes, which is a lot on Steam. There's a limit of how many characters a blog post can have. Sometimes they would have to use 2, 3 or 4 blog posts to fit all the patch notes. and I just pick the highlights and I make a video about it for people who don't want to read through it and just want to get the info from me. So you can expect something like this 1 or 2 days after launch, when I'm ready to make it, as I normally do. And yeah, if someone doesn't read patch notes, they may not know a lot of things, a lot of those numbers, how much damage you do to certain enemies on certain difficulty, how much damage you do to bosses on a certain difficulty, how much that damage changes when you're playing in a team of 2, of 3, of 4. I'm probably gonna make some tables to make it easy to digest and just include those tables as screenshots in the videos. Should I kill more enemies or just keep pushing towards the boss?
Can't cast that here.
It's 8 PM here, so I've got like 2 hours, 2.5 hours of grinding more. But even if I stop streaming, I'm probably gonna keep grinding on this hero, trying to farm some items tonight. But we've got 2.5 hours until the end of the stream, so we've still got some time. Hopefully I can reach 60 by then, although with this rate 60 might be kind of a long shot. We'll see. Tomorrow I will keep playing and streaming this hero. I'm gonna make a quick YouTube video, maybe 2 videos, because I wanna make that one for the emotes as well on YouTube. But yeah, I'm gonna make some sort of a video tomorrow, and my stream might be in the evening after the patch. I really hope for the patch to be earlier rather than later. So if it's at 10 AM Pacific, it would be perfect, because that would mean 8 in the evening my time, and I can still stream for 2.5 hours before I stop the stream. "10 AM Pacific is exactly the time right now. Now it's 10:03 Pacific, if I'm not mistaken. And I think around this time tomorrow might be the earliest when we can see the game launched. So if you're lucky, at this time tomorrow the game would be launched and patched and everything. If you're not lucky, 1 or 2 more hours. Oh, please don't tell me there's no boss. Ah, yes, okay. It would have been it would have been boring if 2 maps in a row I couldn't complete the map. Thankfully this one was doable.
Can't cast that.
Okay, nice. Physical damage. I'm gonna keep this. $4.6k, but two-handed. I love how they gave us my favorite pet. My favorite pet is the purple fiend, the wood fiend. This one. It really looks like my emote, like this emote. I'm not sure you can see it. You probably can see it on the screen, but not well enough. So it kind of looks like it. Not really, but kind of. It was made after my emote, and when I saw it, I was like, "Oh damn, that looks like my emote! I love this pet." So yeah, there's a few more. By the way, who hasn't seen the different pets? I can show you some. Game content, pets, pet icons. That's not all. That's just some of them. So this is one of the glitter sprites. Second, third, fourth. This is this one. This one as well. Some more pets. So that's just a small amount of the pets you can find. There's a lot more. Okay, I wanted to change something. I can't remember what. Maybe I've already outgrown it. Oh yeah, I need to rename my pet.
Your pet is back.
Okay, what have we here? I don't need this junk, 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 junk. Oh, I've got a skill point level. So now the question is, what do I get? I'm not gonna go for Goblin Legion until I'm ready for it. So some of the things I could get are 1000-volt burst. I could get this for ammo recharge rate. I could get this for relic energy recharge rate, or I can just get damage for precision skills, which actually I need. I need damage for precision skills. I mean, this is an important part for many builds. If you're using this, or this, any of those 5 skills for main damage, you want this 30% damage for precision skills. If your main damage comes from them, you want it even more. I don't see a sharpshooter build without at least the tier 2. I mean, I know a build or 2 or 3 or 4 maybe might not want to use the revolt gains a charge option, but the tier 2 bonus is amazing. You want that. Unless you're doing some super weird build where you're not using precision skills for damage at all.
Your pet has returned.
I'm gonna do this one. So what level am I now? 56, right? 4 more levels. Can I get 4 more levels in 2 hours? I don't think I can. Not the final 4 levels. I mean, I've been streaming for 3 hours and I've gotten 5 levels. But I wasn't doing it that well because I died 2 times in gauntlet maps, so kind of not the best way to level up. And I'm not leveling up with the best skills, and I don't have infectious shooter. If I did, it would have been so much easier. And Quasi saying, just me, or does it feel like there is server whack at the moment? Maybe. I haven't noticed that much, but I'm noticing a little bit of a delay. Let me check how many people are playing and I can tell you whether it's normal or not. Yesterday we had 1,500, 600, 700 people playing concurrently. Right now we've got... let's refresh. Right now we've got 1,197. So the 24-hour peak is 1,479. The players right now 1,197. Although few hours ago, several hours ago, there has been some big Twitch streamer, because there have been 800 Twitch people watching for a few minutes. Someone didn't like the game. He stopped playing pretty quickly. It might have been a Path of Exile or a Diablo streamer, someone with big audience. But apparently that person probably stopped streaming within an hour or two of starting. As for Tsenesh, that says, do you have any kind of list for what skills to use and what items to focus on? Well, keep in mind this build, I don't recommend leveling up with this build. This build is not gonna be great to level up with, especially Onslaught. Onslaught is very underwhelming to level up with. I had a lot of problem leveling up with Onslaught. You would wanna level up with targeted strikes. After this group of enemies, I'm gonna tell you which skills to level up with and which skills to use eventually. If you're still watching Tsenesh, just give me a moment and I'm gonna give you the information you need to level up. So, first of all, you might want to check my electrified build. The electrified build is sure tested, it works once you're leveled up. But if you want to level up, I would suggest putting points into targeted strikes and putting points into chaotic strikes. Maybe I would say targeted strikes level 1 or level 3 as soon as you can, and chaotic strikes level 10 as soon as you can. Level 1 Walkaway Storm, easy, good. Keep it at level 1 for while leveling up, eventually maybe boost it when you have more points. As soon as you can, Whitening Strikes level 5. Even if you have to stop chaotic strikes, I think this one is great and it's nice. And what you're gonna do, you will be spamming chaotic strikes. And every now and then, when you want it, you would use Walkaway Storm to give your chaotic strikes extra 25% damage boost. You would need at least 1 point into revolt. At least 1 point into revolt, and you need to get tier 2 Royal Shasta as soon as you can. It's a huge damage boost for any sharpshooter build. Tier 2 Royal Shasta. That's 50% extra damage to taunted enemies, and the pet itself does the taunting. So not only does it keep them away from you, like now you can see they were kind of, some of them were over there. But yeah, you get that extra damage and it's definitely worth it. So those are some of the important things to keep in mind. I'm gonna need to go back to my fort. I need to go buy potions. I have problems with the potions right now. Yes, I have a website where I upload my builds. If someone wants to see some other type of content on my website, other than builds, let me know. I've been considering of accompanying certain things like beginner guides and other newbie guides with text versions for people who don't want to watch the videos. So I might expand it to more than just a builds website. For now it's just a builds website. Everything I'm doing by myself, so I don't have much time to work on the website and make it that better. It's just a simple WordPress website because I'm not a web developer. But yeah, there's easy ways to maybe add some more things, to add new categories without clustering it with drop downs. But yeah, I might consider adding more stuff to it. That's not just builds eventually. But many people have been asking me back in the Chaos Bane and Torchlight beta days to keep making text versions or screenshot versions of the builds, and that's why I made that website. It's simple, cheap website. The cheapest hosting I could get, nine bucks a month for the hosting. So actually at first I was getting even cheaper. I was getting the free one, but I had some problems with a limit of how many people can be viewing the website at the same time, so I had to get some better hosting. All right, let's go to the fort. Complete list of all fort decorations would be sexy. Well, I don't have it, but I can give you a link with certain Torchlight things, and the things I've got right now is this. So this is the Fazier's, fort decorations. So that's art, that's forting. But there was a fort planner. Papi, who is a moderator, made on Unity a fort planner where you can simulate a fort. And if it still exists, and I'm pretty sure it still exists, you might just want to Google Torchlight 3 fort planner. Maybe it doesn't have some of the newest things, but he tried to recreate everything in a 3D kind of environment. So those are some of the things you have, and I'm gonna give you a link for the things that you're checking on your screen. If you wanna download them yourself, I will give you a link. It's the public Torchlight 3 fan kit. It has more than just this. It has all sorts of stuff that I use in my content. And Judge 80, if you open it at level 60, you're gonna get level 60 gear. So if you wanna save your legendary bags for level 60, save them, and then when you open them, you're gonna get level 60 legendaries. So you can check this Google Drive link. It's from the developers. It's getting updated occasionally with new stuff. So you have things like skill icons, like backgrounds, like some music from the amazing Matt Wellman, and yeah, you've got a lot of good stuff there. And that has been released to the public for content creators like me to use, or just fans. Fans can use it as well if they want it. You've got some nice things as screenshots. In fact, I'm using, I can tell you what my desktop background is. I'm gonna show you which thing from here I'm using as a background. This is my desktop background on my PC right now. I love it. I just love this one. There's other good stuff like this and this and this. And since my PC is ultra wide, there's definitely some good stuff there. Wakawai Storm is amazing. Wakawai Storm is amazing. So, as I was saying earlier, how to level up targeted strikes, chaotic strikes. So you want to get 1 point into Wakawai Storm while leveling up and focus on chaotic strikes, maybe 3 levels into targeted strikes, maybe get tier 2 revolt, and you want to get Shasta as soon as you can at level 6 at tier 2. 1 point into sacrifice to Goose is enough. You don't need it immediately, but you could use it. And 3 points into Ghost Visage is definitely suggested while leveling up. The rest is fillers. The rest you would eventually, let's say you have level 10 chaotic strikes, and you have level 5 here, and you have level 10 here, and level 6 here, and level 6 here, then you can start putting points into Tingling Sensation and Shocking Display. If you think that you're gonna have a problem getting weapon with chance to shock, then maybe prioritize Tingling Sensation earlier to proc Lightning Strike earlier. This one is a 1 pointer, is not bad. This one is a 1 pointer, is not bad while leveling, but Chaotic Strikes and Targeted Strikes while leveling up is amazing. And if you're playing on a non-sharpshooter, just instead of targeted strikes, pick another damage skill, but prioritize chaotic strikes as you can. This is just my advice, how to level up builds like this or other electrode builds. Scatter shot can be good with the wingspan rifle, but scatter shot is a little bit dangerous. It's a more advanced skill to play. It's for experts, because you have to be good at dodging. You have to position yourself well, charge up scatter shot, and unleash it. And this skill is much better if you have the wingspan rifle, if you have this rifle. The wingspan rifle, which gives you double damage and double cooldown for scatter shot. If you combine this with max level scatter shot, where you have 50% bonus damage when fully charging scatter shot, it can work very well. So you can use targeted strikes or tight grouping or explosive arrow or onslaught to spam, and then scatter shot to charge every 2 seconds. Because scatter shot has a 1 second cooldown, so you can't use it. But see, you can get 10% cooldown reduction. So instead of 1 second, it's 0.9, and instead of 2 seconds with the item, it's 1.8, which means you have to invest into this skill for sharpshooter skill cooldowns. So yeah, scatter shot I wouldn't recommend to new players unless you have some good items already, and unless you have good APM and are good at dodging. And if you have the scatter shot rifle, it's totally worth testing it out to see if you like it. Respectacles are not that hard to get. Once you start farming endgame, you would end up swimming in those anyways. So it's not bad to test it. But it's definitely not for new players. It's not recommended. For new players, I would recommend targeted strikes, explosive arrow, or tight grouping. One of those three would take you a long way, especially targeted strikes. It's the easy mode of things. And no worries, I'm always happy to share the knowledge. As one of the heroes in Warhammer Chaosbane says, knowledge is power, and I wouldn't mind sharing the power with you. Alright, this mimic. See, mimics are very underwhelming. They're not really rewarding, and I would have loved for mimics to be like that kind of like a mini boss, like a champion fight. So it looks like a normal chest instead of actual mimic with die socket. And then you click on it, and then some big massive chest like that hungry one from the story shows up and gives you good wood when you beat it. Mimics are probably very underwhelming, but it's not something I would want prioritized as development, the mimic improvements. See, this map is zoomed in, it's extreme close-up, so if it looks a little bit weird, I can zoom out. This is the type of map. So it's not the game's fault, it's not like the game looks like this normally, it's just this map looks like this because it's zoomed in. So to some people this might look weird, this close of a zoom. But it's just a challenge, the game is making my field of view worse by zooming in. But I really like it, I actually like playing on extreme close-up compared to some of the other map affixes that are more annoying, like double HP. This map is actually double HP, all the enemies here have double HP, because it's that type of a map. You can see double HP extreme close-up gear wacky map. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's see. 5,000, that's not bad. 5,200 without the socket. 3 skill levels to revolt though. This might end up being a little bit better. Gearwalkie map. Look at all the drops in this Gearwalkie map. That's what Gearwalk is in the game. It's item quantity. And logically, the more items you get, the higher the chance to get a legendary. But yeah, it's not item quality, it's item quantity. So whenever you kill an enemy, there's a chance for it to be lucky and to drop you extra item or extra 2 items. And those lucky items can never be white. So when you see the lucky, when the Gearwalk procs, that means it's always gonna be green, blue or legendary. There's no more white lucky drops. Okay, it's not really lucky if it's white, is it? And Jidori says, Jude, this fourth planner is amazing. So glad you told me about this. All the things I wanted are here. Yeah, cheers to Papi. Papi actually has a build calculator, which maybe he would update. I was using for my old builds, before the relic subclass changes, I was using Papi's planner. But he probably was waiting for all the changes to be finalized and for the game to launch before he updates his skill calculator. When he updates it, I would go back to using his calculator most likely. Because right now I'm using screenshots. I'm probably still gonna keep using screenshots, but also give links to the calculator for people who want to see it. Because it's a little bit easier for me right now with the screenshots, but it's nice that he has the calculator there. When he updates it, I don't know if he updated it already, but he probably would have posted something. But yeah, most likely he will update it soon, post-launch. And Papi is one of the moderators of the official Twitch and official Discord for Europe. Pet, you gotta go sell. I'm not gonna pick everything now. Let's delete some stuff. Should I get rid of this damage? I'm losing a lot of damage, but I'm winning defense. Maybe something with a socket, then I can consider. Okay, let's can teleport. Let's try there. I'm pretty sure I can teleport down here. At least I used to before. There we go. How am I doing with the XP? I'm actually very slow with the leveling. As you see, I get sidetracked, distracted. So I'm not a meta leveling up speed player. Probably if I wasn't streaming, I might have been level 59 by now. But when I stream, I just can't be bothered to try and play meta. Because I think about one thing, then another thing, and we go from one conversation to another. And I'm definitely not showing you the best way to level up right now. If I had a good gauntlet map, maybe I can try again, so hopefully the game gives me one. So I can level 1-2 levels in that gauntlet map. But yeah, gauntlet maps are amazing when you don't die. I died twice today in a gauntlet map. So yeah, not the best. Someone mentioned something about resetting the maps by doing bosses. I think this resets every map but your final unlocked one. I think the final unlocked doesn't change. At least that's how it used to be. Whenever I do a map, it would change the affixes on every single one except the final unlocked. The currently pushable one. Maybe they changed it, but I'm gonna test it later. I wish they didn't fix the bug where they don't drop recipes. Now I have to constantly manage my recipes, and my consumables inventory constantly gets filled with recipes I already know. I hope they make it so that you no longer get recipes that you've already learned. So once you've learned all recipes, to stop getting those junk drops, filling up your consumables inventory and forcing you to change it and get rid of them every now and then. I really enjoyed that bug. It's one of the few cases where I would enjoy a bug in the game. The bug where it wouldn't drop you recipes. The problem was it wouldn't drop the recipes I needed as well. So it kind of had a downside to it. But they might make some sort of a system where once you've learned a recipe it stops dropping. It would be nice. They can be turned into essence, but eventually once you start farming fame, you really wouldn't need essence. At one point you're gonna be swimming in essence and wondering what to do with it. So getting essence from recipes would be the last thing you care about. Damn, I can't teleport there. There we go. And Hagbert is saying, is it possible to reset skill points anywhere? Not reset, but you can remove levels. You can remove levels one by one with Respectacles, which is a consumable drop. This thing here. You consume it and you get a Respectacle point, and with those Respectacle points you can remove one skill level at a time. 1 Respectacle equals 1 skill level point you can remove. So with 20 Respectacles you can remove 20 skill points. So it's kind of like Orb of Regret kind of thing. The way you can reduce skill, things like that. It's okay. It's not perfect system, but it's nice. It gets the job done, and eventually you will be swimming in Respectacles, so you would be able to respec easily. And Shockax says, hello, would you recommend the game and does it have endgame? It does have endgame, and I'm doing the endgame right now. It's kind of like a rifting system. I'm kind of playing in a map where it's zoomed in, so maybe the game looks weird to you, and that's not how the game normally looks. This is just a specific map modifier where it's zoomed in and you can't zoom out. This is the end game. You're doing something like rifting with 251 challenge levels, and there's some different map affixes, and as you go further it becomes harder and harder and harder. Typical rifting with a twist. So it's not something they're not innovating, they're not trying to discover America yet again or to find the hot water, but they're doing it their own way, so it's not bad. It could be better, but it's, in fact, I don't like it. I'm gonna be honest, I don't like it one bit, the way it is right now. But that doesn't mean it's a bad system. It's just not my cup of tea, and it's not rewarding enough directly. Indirectly, it's very rewarding. Indirectly, if you do certain maps, you're gonna get a lot of legendary gear bundles. Those things, which each of those contains a legendary item. So if you do it right, you can get between 2 to 3.5 per map. But you don't always get such maps, so you have to get lucky with RNG to give you the right type of map to get maximum fame. And fame is what you get by killing champions in the game. You kill champions and then you get fame, and when you get 333 fame you get a level. And once you reach level 40 of a certain contract, you get 9 repeatable endless contracts levels. So at level 40 you start those 9 repeatable, 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. 9. And there's 3 different contracts. You could at any time switch between one and another contract. This one is better for maps, this one is better for resources, for crafting, and this one is better for fort stuff. So each contract is different and you can switch between one and the other without losing progress. So if one contract is 20 and you switch to another one and get it to 30 and go back to the 20, you're gonna continue where it left off. Yeah, the character wipes are done. You can start playing today, and tomorrow when the game launches there will be no wipe for you or for anyone else. The last wipe was on Tuesday the 6th of October, so this gave early access supporters a week head start as the final testers before some little extra hot fixes before the launch. And the rifting again is similar to Diablo 3, it's similar to Wosen, it's similar to the Shattered Realms in Grimdown, yet still different. It's its own way of doing the rifting. So I'm saying rifting because I know many people have played Diablo, and when I say rifting they would immediately think of Diablo 3 rifting. And it is similar yet different. You have an end, it's 251 levels. So maybe Wosen would be closer to it in a way, but let me finish this map and I can tell you more in detail. On my YouTube channel I've got videos about it, a little bit outdated, but you can check my video on YouTube. Let me give you the link here. You can try and look it up. And there should be a video about the Fazier's dungeon, endgame, something like that. If you don't want to look for it, I can find it and share you the link. But after this map, I can explain in detail to everyone who's watching exactly what to expect and how the endgame works. If you don't want to watch that video. But yeah, just let's finish this map. There's not much left from it. Let's see. Yeah, I can just rush it. I can just rush ahead and wrap it up before I run out of potions. Alright, I'm close to the boss fight. I'm gonna get some energy now before I reach the boss. I wanna spend some energy so I can... Oh, actually this is ready. I shouldn't have done it. Well, let's get some more to spawn over here. Get some more to spawn here. Okay, my energy is full and the spent energy is full. I'm gonna delete some items. Pick this one up and pick... I'm gonna pick the one-handed weapon. So yeah, after this boss fight I'm gonna be back in my fort, which is kind of like a base of operations. Okay, we got him. Okay, let's go to my fort and explain a little bit about the endgame to anyone who's wondering what type of endgame this game has. I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not a fan of the endgame, but that doesn't mean that you won't like it. I just have a specific taste in endgame, and this one doesn't cater to all my needs. It caters to some of my needs because it's not really endless, and I don't like real endless endgame. But it doesn't feel directly rewarding. When you do it, you don't get any rewards at all. Other than the boss chests and whatever you get from bosses and boss chests and monsters, you don't get any rewards for reaching a higher level, for reaching a certain threshold, and it feels kind of underwhelming, but you can get a lot of good stuff if you know where and how to farm items in the end game. So maybe on first glance it doesn't look rewarding, but it really can be. Just a moment, I need to put the cable inside my headset to recharge it. Just a moment. Okay, now, so this is what you do. You finish the story and then you talk to an NPC in Act 1 and it gives you, it unlocks this fort decoration item. It's a decoration fort item, you can put it anywhere in your fort. And then you talk to the thing. And then this is Fazir. Fazir from Torchlight 2, he's a djinn. So you start from this level and you're gonna have 3 maps. You can choose one of the 3 maps, and once you complete it, you go to the next one. You can see there's a choice of a negative and a positive affix. So you have to choose the one that you like more. You can see the element of the enemies: physical, electric, physical. You can see the enemy types to expect: spiders, goblins or spiders. Then you do level 2. And if you die at level 2, you go back to level 1. If you die at level 3, which is a boss challenge, you go back to level 1. Once you finish level 3, which is a boss fight, some of the bosses you meet in the story and the mid-map bosses, then you unlock the next waypoint, the next checkpoint. So now you're at level 4. And now you see there's Nimbo. See here, there is no modifier, no additional rules, but now every single one of those levels would have Nimbo. So let's say you select double HP and Infamous. The map will be Nimbo, double HP with Infamous. And now if you die at 5, you reset 4. If you die at 6, you reset 4. If you die at 7, you reset 4. And you have to do those all over until you beat the 7, and then your next checkpoint is 8. And like that, every 4 levels you're gonna get a new checkpoint with new modifier here. Eventually here you're gonna see 2 modifiers. Eventually here you're gonna see 3 modifiers as you keep going further. And once you reach level 60 monsters, you start from level 46 monsters. So this is 46, this is 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, and so on. And eventually you reach monsters level 60, and then it starts giving them extra damage, extra HP, and extra movement speed. There's a total of 251 of those challenge levels. So if that sounds like the end game you can enjoy, it's not bad. If you die, you can redo the exact same maps. That is if you die on the final map that is unlocked. If you do one of the maps, like for example if I do map number 12, it's gonna change all maps except 14. I think 14 wouldn't change and it would remain the same, or at least that's how it used to be. So if you're farming, fishing for a specific map combination, and the best combination is Infamous Uniques. I don't think there's one here, but the best combination is Infamous Uniques, and this is the best one to farm after you reach level 60, even if it's lower than level 60. And it's simple yet decent system. It's a simple yet decent system. It's not bad. I think many people would like it. I just don't like it personally myself, because as I told you, there's no other rewards. See, certain maps would give you more fame, and fame indirectly would give you a lot of wood. But if you kill a boss, I would expect the first time I beat a boss to get at least a blue bundle of gear. And let's say I beat the boss at level 3, I get a blue bundle. I beat the boss at level 7, I get a blue bundle. Then I beat the boss at level 11, and I get a legendary bundle. And then rinse repeat. This would be something I would like to see implemented as a basic additional rewarding system the first time you beat a certain boss, to get a bundle once you unlock the next checkpoint. It could be 3 blue, 1 legendary, it could be 1 blue, then legendary, where it could be 2 blue, then legendary, then another 2 blue, then legendary. I think it would be very simple way of adding motivation for people to push. You have something called a badge, which represents the lowest difficulty you have played. So if I only played on ridiculous, you would see a purple. Actually, I'm gonna show you the different badges. Just a moment. General, UI, HUD. It's somewhere here. I'm pretty sure it's somewhere here. I'm gonna show you all different badges for all different difficulties. Just need to find where it is. Difficulty. There we go. So this is casual, which was renamed to practice. Then you've got this one, which I think is normal. Oh no, this is hard. This is hard. This is normal. That one. So this is the easiest difficulty. Then it's this one. Then it's this one. Then it's this one, and then it's this one, which could look like this as well. So this badge you would be able to see next to the player's name. So when you meet other people in hubs like towns, you would be able to see that badge next to the player, and the player would be able to see this badge themselves if they open this character screen. So this is permanent, so it shows the lowest difficulty you have played. If you play on ridiculous but then change to normal, then you would always see the normal badge next to your name. So this is important to know before you start playing. It's visual, it's cosmetic, it's EPing, so if you care about it, be careful. If you don't care about it, then play on whatever difficulty you want. You can change the difficulty at any time. You can go to character select and change the difficulty at any time. But it's good to know this. If you're new to the game, this is something to keep in mind. And the reason why I said this is because once you start doing the Fuzzier dungeon, you would be able to see the level name, the level and the number. So you would be able to see next to the name of the player this badge, and on top of this badge a number that represents the highest Fuzzier dungeon level. So if someone has reached Fuzzier stage 99 and has played on ridiculous, you would be able to see the ridiculous badge underneath, and on top of it you would be able to see the number 99, which would represent stage 99. If someone hasn't started playing the Fuzzier, the badge would look a little bit different. It would look basic, but if they have started playing the Fuzzier, the badge would have some sort of golden trimming at the top with some jewel. So that would mean that the person is not level 60, but has reached stage 60. So there's a little difference between person who hasn't done Fuzzier and the person who has done Fuzzier, and that's something like a golden jewel or whatever on top of the badge. So hopefully this is clear. I'm probably not explaining it well, but I hope you understood what I'm talking about. This is why I started talking about badges and difficulties, because they're kind of related to the Fuzzier one way or another when it comes to those bragging rights kind of visuals. Are level designs how the map looks always the same, or is it completely random every time? Well, there are a few map seeds Map seats, a certain map seat would always look the same and have the same layout, but there's a bunch of different ones. Eventually you would learn them and you would know. It's basically certain parts of the story, certain levels of the story taken and used as maps. Which is pretty standard, almost every game does it in this way. So you're gonna notice certain things are fixed, and whenever you see it you're gonna say, okay, I know this is like it. But it's kind of, in a way, there is some sort of procedural generation to the levels, so it's piecing pieces of a puzzle together. So you know, for example, this piece is 1 and this piece is connected to this piece, which seems to be over here, I think, and then it's connected to the next piece. I think certain maps are designed in such a way, but other maps are fixed. So some are procedurally generated, others are fixed layout. Oh shit, I ran out of potions. Eventually you would see what I mean when I'm talking about procedurally generated things that kind of have the same start and same ending, but in the middle it's randomized. And what I'm talking about when I say fixed, where it's always exactly the same. So sometimes you would see a shorter version of a longer map, and you would say, okay, this has been procedurally generated to be a shorter version of the other map. It could be fixed, actually. It could also be fixed and just looks like a procedurally generated version of the map, but in general they have... oh fuck, I knew this would happen when I ran out of potions. Now I'm going back a few levels on my stage, and this is what I don't like about this endgame. It's too punishing. It's like two dicks in the same hole. It's not only are you losing your map and you can't revive in the map, but you're losing progress and you have to go a few stages back. It's like Path of Exile all over again. Not only do you lose XP in Path of Exile, but you also lose a map portal. It should be one or the other, not both. And I can feel the same when doing this end game. See, now I have to do 3 more maps just to get back to where I was. And Gwaine, welcome back. You just talked to someone on Discord. Who did you talk to on Discord? He had one of his bros just finish the Fazier. Yeah, and what about it? Oh, and hardcore, okay. And what about it? I still don't know where this is leading. Someone finished the Fazier on hardcore. What's so special about this? It's endgame. It's supposed to be completed eventually. Oh, okay. I guess some people care about what others... I really don't care what other people do. I only care what I do when it comes to this. Fazier for me is boring. I don't even want to do it. Once I reach level 30 I stop and I just look for certain things to farm. But yeah, good for the person for reaching that on hardcore. It's a challenge to do it on hardcore. Is a challenge. Let's get some potions. I need potions, and I need the good potions, not the little ones that heal less. But yeah, too indistinct. That's what Faziers feels to me. Not that I know what it feels like, but I imagine that's what it would feel like. But yeah, it's just punishing you too much. Not only can't you revive in the map, but you also lose a few maps worth of progress and go back. Would be fine if it was just one of those things, not both of them at the same time. Alright, now let's start again. And I've never hidden it how I don't like the Fuzier's dungeon since day one of me playing the full final. Even before it made itself to the live server, I already had some pleasantries with it and had suggested things that might be good to implement to make it better. It's not rewarding enough, and other than bragging rights, you don't get anything out of it. Unless you're farming for fame and you're doing infamous uniques and you're glitching and exploiting the ability to keep the same map without finishing it and just keep spamming infamous unique, kill the monsters, exit, do the same map, kill the monsters, exit without killing the boss. Of course, it's pointless to do it that way because it's boring to be abusing a flaw in the game design. But at least I enjoy reaching level 30 and then just looking for the infamous unique map. Every time I finish a map, I check all the others, and 30 is more than enough for me to check. Even 20 something is more than enough for me to check to try and find where the infamous unique map is hiding. Sometimes it's nowhere to be found, and I would just do something else like a regular unique map. So even though I don't like the end game, I found a way to enjoy it. I found my way to play it and to enjoy it. But there was a person who finished it a month or 2 months ago. Rexer 2 months ago finished it on a Realm Master Train Bane build. Of course, that was before they rebalanced it. And before they rebalanced all the classes, before they removed the 50% poison damage. So of course, if he does the same build and tries it again, it will be a little bit more difficult, but it's still gonna be doable. And above rank 100 there's no stat increases, then this makes it interesting. If there's no stat increases above rank 100, then they artificially increased it to 251. Because I remember back in the day, Sean said they had 100 levels. Before you guys even know about the Fazier, it was a private meeting, a video conference, Google conference, and when we asked him how many levels there are, he said 100. So they probably added the other 151 stages just so they can have more stages artificially. Which is not bad. I mean, getting people more to grind is not bad. I would have preferred if it remained 100 as a limit. It would have looked more reasonable. Just hearing 251 makes me wanna roll my eyes up and say why? Why so many? So if there's no increases past level 100, the rest is just viewers. Just viewers to artificially make the number bigger so they can say, hey, we have 251 stages of the Fazier. Instead of here we have 100. Above 100 by 1%. I found it strange because there is a glitch. I was playing with someone in multiplayer and the damage at level 35 or 27, the damage was 0.28. So maybe there is a bug, because I don't remember the damage going by this little, by less than 1% at level 27. At level 27 it should be at least 15% or so, so maybe there is a bug right now and the damage the monsters do doesn't grow as much as it used to. Unless they decided to make it that way. The HP seemed fine. The HP seemed fine because it was 120% extra HP. But when the HP was 120%, the damage was showing up as 0.28. percent, so less than 0.5%. And before it used to give you at least 0.5% per challenge level, so it's probably easier to do it now than before. In any ways, I don't care. I'm never gonna attempt reaching max level of the Fazir because I don't like it. But good luck to anyone who tries. If it's really glitched and buggy, use that moment while it's buggy and glitched until they fix it to push further. I'm gonna confirm whether it's buggy and glitched tomorrow. Today I'm probably not gonna reach level 60 monsters to tell you whether the scaling is like it was before. It could have been glitched for multiplayer and only on my screen. But I played with someone earlier, one of my viewers from YouTube, in a team, and yeah, the numbers I saw were not the old numbers, at least for the damage. I hope they keep adding new endgame types, something that's not the Fazir. This is all I want, something that visually just doesn't remind me of Fazir. Something that doesn't look like Mapworks or Fazir. Back in the alpha we said you better not release the game with just Mapworks. What do we get? The Fazir, which is basically Mapworks. Mapworks 2.0, but it's Mapworks. And that's it. We just have Mapworks under... Mapworks renamed as the Fazir with a little bit of a twist with the maps. And the old Mapworks got nerfed. They removed the affixes from the old Mapworks. They removed the NPC that used to sell Mapworks. If they return the NPC that sells Mapworks, I will be happy for a few more months without needing more endgame. But no, right now you don't get as many maps as I would want to unless you play on Ridiculous. And I don't want to always play on Ridiculous. I sometimes enjoy just chilling and farming on easier difficulties. Just for the sake of killing stuff. Not for the sake of farming fame or farming items. Just obliterating things, one-shotting things. In any case, I just hope they at least reinstate the Mapworks trader, or bring back the Mapworks drops from contracts. We used to get every 10 levels 6 maps. Now every 9 levels you get 1 map. It just doesn't sit well with me to get 6 times less maps than we did before. Mapworks was my way of enjoying the game after level 60. When I'm not farming fame in the Fazir dungeon for items. When a build is ready and I just want to obliterate stuff to enjoy the build. But we'll see. I mean, as long as they keep adding new endgame and adding quality of life stuff in between, the game can be replayed many times on many different builds without getting boring. Most people would probably get bored after 1 or 2 months of playing the game in the current way the endgame is. And AM says, what build of yours would you recommend for a new player? Well, what class do you want to play? First tell me what class you want to play, because some of my builds are not great to level up with, but you can use them once you level up and once you have the items. And there's other things to use when leveling up. I was talking about it earlier. For example, this build is not good for leveling up because Onslaught is weak when leveling up. It became better as I leveled it up, as I got certain things it became better, but at the start it wasn't really great. So while leveling up I would suggest using Chaotic Strikes, max level Chaotic Strikes, max level Lightning Strike, tier 2 Shasta, tier 1 Ghost Visage, at least 1 point in sacrifice to Goose, and tier 2 Revolt, and then max level Targeted Strikes. those would be good choices. One level into Walkaway Storm while leveling up, and then eventually when you get items you can switch to a different build when you have the synergies. This is a better way to level up something like this. The Electrified Sharpshooter, which is similar to what I'm playing right now, is a very good build eventually later on in the game. Something else that might be fun to play for new players is a well geared up train Railmaster with Bane. Or train Railmaster with anything, it's not that difficult to play it. Dusk Mages can be good, but not that good unless you get certain items. Okay, I'm stuck in the map. Now I'm gonna die because I'm stuck in the map, of course. How do I get unstuck? I have to type in the chat. So unless I manage to kill them without dying and go to options to enable my chat to use unstuck, there's not gonna be beating this map. Oh, in fact they can't hit me here. They can't seem to hit me. Can they? I don't think they can hit me. Alright, let's go to options. Cannot cast. I can't cast unstuck here, wherever I am. Great. Can't use my portal either. Amazing. The poison relic on the sharpshooter is for summoner builds. If you want a summoner build, it's not bad, it's fun. It's very fun to play. Whether it's very strong, I can't tell you. But I've gotten some good results with it when I had the items. Before I had the items, it wasn't as fun. But yeah, give me a few moments. I need to go and take a piss quickly. So I'm gonna run some ads if you're on Twitch. If you're not on Twitch, you're gonna have to watch the BRB screen. So yeah, coming in a moment. Just need to take a leak quickly. Okay, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. So let's go back to grinding. Boom. Let's see if I've missed some chat messages. Now is the perfect time. Someone said try your Ghost Visage. Yeah, I tried my Ghost Visage multiple times to get away from this place. Believe me, when I get stuck, I know I'm stuck. But yeah, the quick starter build to reach to beat the story. Again, on this guy, I would recommend get targeted strikes as quickly as you can. Even 1 point targeted strikes can take you a long way, but eventually get it to level 3 at least. As soon as you can, put 1 point into Walkaway Storm, then put points into Chaotic Strikes until you unlock Lightning Strike. Once you unlock Lightning Strike, maybe stop putting points into Chaotic Strikes, mark this one out, go back to Chaotic Strikes, mark this one out. Maybe as you level up, put 1 point here. Once you reach level 20, stop putting points here or whatever, and start putting points here until you reach tier 2. For starter guide, that's nice. So the things you want to get is, at level 2, you get Walkaway Storm. At level 3 and 4 and 5, at level 3 and 4 you don't get anything. At level 5 you put 3 points into Ghost Visage and 1 point into Chaotic Strikes. So at 6, 7, 8, 9 you put points into Chaotic Strikes. Oh, and at 1 point you might want to put point into targeted strikes as well and remove tight grouping, especially when you get a respectacle. Just replace tight grouping with targeted strikes. You can use tight grouping until you get a respectacle. It's not gonna be terrible. And then at level 10 you are going to unlock this and this. And I would say with the 2 points at level 10, put 1 point into Sacrifice to Goose, put 1 point into Revolt, and then the next 5 levels save the points. Either save the points for Void of Shasta, so you can have 6 points at 15. Actually, that's 20. So maybe keep putting the points over here, or save them for Lightning Strike. You might put 1 point into Chaotic Strikes and save 5 points for Lightning Strike. And then after you reach 15 and get 5 points Lightning Strike, save the points, the next 6 points until level 20 for Void of Shasta, get Shasta maxed out until 6, not really maxed out, but you want the tier 2 bonus. And after that, go back to Chaotic Strikes and eventually get things like Tingling Sensation, maybe 1 point 1000 Volt Burst, 1 point Lightning Barrier, and eventually start pumping targeted strikes levels and get Revolt tier 2. This is super nice for WoW leveling up. This one is not really necessary. This one is much better, especially if you don't have a chance to shock weapon. You really need this for this. But yeah, this is gonna be a build to help you level up. Hope you got it. Feel free to clip this if you want a recording of it. But yeah, I try to do it as quickly as possible, the explanation, so if someone wants to clip it and listen to it later, they can do it on Twitch. This is your typical Electrode starter build. It can work on any class, it doesn't have to be Sharpshooter. But when talking about Sharpshooter, I'm mentioning certain skills. If we are talking about Realm Master, you want to get tier 1 Blasting Charge, active and passive or active tier 2 Lantern Flash, and hopefully tier 3 Hammer Spin. The rest is up to you, whether you want to use Train, whether you want to use Slammers. The relic side of things remains the same. I've got the Chaotic Mayhem build on the Slammer. This is kind of a build that's easy to play, and it's easy mode. In general, it may not be the best for damage, but it's very easy to learn for a new player to start and to level up to finish the story with Chaotic Strikes. If you save your energy and use Chaotic Strikes one after the other on a boss, you can burst it. You can burst the hell out of it. Now let me check if I've missed any more messages. What are all the crafting materials used for now? For fort stuff and for enchanting, and depending on which materials you're referring to. Uh, um, yeah, it's for the fort, only for the fort. For those materials. And Jace83 followed my channel probably while I was pissing. Thank you very much for the follow as well. Welcome to Struck Club. And Gwaint says, I mean, nothing flashy there, and I didn't have any time to design my new fort. There are some very rare materials like the ember ore, etc. Yeah, some very rare materials, tier 3 materials, I like to call them. Those are needed for certain things. Eventually they're gonna expand on this. Before, the tier 3 materials, which I don't have right now, used to be needed to craft relics. Because relics were replaceable, interchangeable, they weren't a permanent subclass. And it was nice to get those before. But for now, you just use those for fort crafting for certain things. Okay, let's see. I'm probably gonna get rid of this damage and get some defense, because I'm getting cracked already a lot easier than I want to. Sometimes you gotta say goodbye to the DPS and get more defense. And wait for a better DPS weapon at high level. It's gonna be my spare, and this one for level 60 is pretty shitty damage. Come on, give me defense. Give me defense, come on. Give me defense. Can it give? Yeah, it can give defense. Let's do another map. Hope I can get XP from this map. Wait, wasn't I? Oh yeah, I was doing this map, but I got glitched. That's why I didn't finish it. I got glitched in the walls. Well, glitches happen sometimes, not much I can do about it. I think an enemy with knockback, like a charge bug, might have pushed me on the other side of a wall. See, this is a ridiculous for real map. Like, Siege can be so boringly overpowered. Like, how many Siege things are on the ground. It barely gives you any room to move where there won't be one, other than maybe backwards. You saw my whole screen was covered in Siege things like this. Look at that, wow. But I'm 57, that means I can wear level 60 items now, if I find any. But yeah, the legendary drop rates have been nerfed so badly that it really feels terrible. I mean, by now I should have found at least 3 pieces, 4 pieces of musketeer set. I've only found shoulders very early on, in like level 20, and then the legs at level 42, and that's it, those 2 pieces. Haven't found a Musketeer chest piece, I haven't found Musketeer hat. In fact, as drops, not from gear bundles, I've probably only found 2 legendary items that are not quest items, or Sneku Stick or Fire Starter or things like that that the game gives you 100% at certain types, certain parts of the story, like Shriekbeak for example, giving you the Stormblade. I'm not sure what they've done to the drop rates, but they didn't mention changing them, but they seem even worse than the bad ones we had before. So they made them bad, and now it seems like they made them even worse. It's never fun to change the drop rates right before a launch, to mess with them right before a launch. Unless you're increasing them to hook the people. I mean, I agree that that increasing the drop rates to a decent number where you're not getting too much, but you're still getting a decent amount of wood is better than nerfing them to oblivion, because you're hooking people, you're giving them something. You're giving them some good wood to make them wanna play more because they know more would be coming. When you don't give them enough, you're not gonna hook them, and they might quit before even spending enough time in the game. Yeah, we used to get much more than I mean, even after the nerf that we knew about, even after that nerf, we were getting more than what we get now. They either intentionally nerfed it without telling us, or it might be a bug where they messed something up and that resulted in less drop rates. I think they reduced the gear work to make up for the gear work you get from playing on higher difficulty. But I think it's not the gear work that they messed with. They messed with the drop rates in general of legendary. So that now by having more gear work, they balanced it out. Basically what they said on stream, what Tyler said on stream a few months ago or a couple months ago, is they wanted to get 1 legendary for 2.5 hours roughly. Well, we get much less. We probably get 1 legendary for 20 hours of playing. Or 2 legendaries for 20 hours of playing, depending on how lucky someone is. So they messed up big time with those things. I'm pretty sure they wanted to rebalance, giving us extra gear work by playing on higher difficulties, and to avoid people getting too many, and they might have silently nerfed the drop rates of legendaries, but it backfired, and now the drop rates are terrible. It's worse than alpha drop rates before the fixes. They still have time until tomorrow to change this, to fix this, so that tomorrow when people start playing on Xbox and PlayStation, and people who buy the game on day one or after, would be able to get a better experience and not rage quit because of bad drop rates. I'm an item whore. I care about items. That's the one reason I play games like this. Items and build diversity. Other than items and build diversity, and the items are actually part of the build diversity, I don't have any other motivation. I don't care about competitive or pushing. I don't care whether I reach the maximum level of the end game. I don't care whether I'm playing on the highest difficulty or not. I just like making builds and getting items to use to make builds. This is it. If the game is not rewarding me with wood, then what's my reason to play it? If I can't get the wood I want to get the builds I want made. You can't make all the different builds that the game can offer you if you don't get wood for those builds. So hopefully they change this after player feedback. I'm gonna wait for the patch notes. I wanna see the 1.0 patch notes tomorrow, to see if they're mentioning anything about this. If they don't, I'm gonna check on Note and write about this if no one already has. If someone already has written about this on Note, I'm gonna write under their ticket that something really seems wrong. But for me it's a big joy in this game to make builds, and if I don't get items I can't make the builds I want to. I can't wait for someone to make a single player mod where I can get instantly level 60 and get every single legendary for free, just as a sandbox to make builds on single player, and then eventually know what builds I wanna do in multiplayer while leveling up. This would be the best mod for me as a content creator and person who loves experimenting with builds. To get instant level 60 and to have every single NPC, every single item available from an NPC with random rows for free as a sandbox for build making. Mace 390, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Club, enjoy your stay. Feel free to ask questions, folks. I've got another half an hour roughly of streaming until I have to go before it's too late for dinner. Although I did eat a couple of burgers before streaming, so I'm not that hungry, but it's still nice to get something before it's too late. Ben Shaw says, I want to love this game, but it looks so bare bones. Well, the thing is, this game has a lot of depth, but the depth is not on the surface. So it might look bare bones, but there are so many things. And tell me, how many games have you played in the genre that had more when they launched? Did Grim Dawn have more when it launched? Did Path of Exile have more when it launched? Did Diablo 3 with its shitty auction house have more when it launched? Did Warhammer Chaosbane have more when it launched? Tell me one game. Even Inquisitor Martyr when it launched was atrociously bad. I mean, I don't know many games that had this much polish and this much diversity for builds. I mean, yesterday I did the maths. On every class, 4 classes, on every class you can get 39 active skills and 142 passive skills across the tier 1 to 3 bonuses of the relic and class skills. So combining the 14 class skills with the 25 possible relic active skills you can get for that class, and with the passives and the passives from the relics and the passives from the skill, that's a lot. That's without a problem you can make 160 different builds that feel and play differently. Some of them would feel and play the same way, but you're going to be using different skills to achieve the same result, so it's still going to be a different build. So yeah, it might look like bare bones, but not many games have as much when they launch. I mean, you can't expect a game to launch with as much content as a game that has been out for years. It's just not reasonable and not fair to the new game to expect it to have as much as the old one. I think it still has a decent amount of stuff to offer. I just don't like the one endgame mode we've got, and I would really like to see more endgame. Let's hydrate, by the way. Ben Shaw, if there's one dev team to have faith in, this is this team. This developer team, there's only one thing they have been doing: listening to the community and fixing things. They're not gonna run away with your money. Max Schaefer is not the kind of person who would make a game without having laugh in the game. We're talking about one of the 3 people who made Diablo. he cares about his game. He's constantly chatting with us in Discord. So if you go on Discord or if you go on the official streams, you would see how much he cares about the game and what people are saying about the game. He listens to player feedback and he tries to make sure that his team does what they can. But the thing is, they can't make a game that everyone loves, because people love opposite things. I love one thing, another person would hate that thing. I hate one thing, another person would love that thing. So they're trying to listen to player feedback, and since the day I started playing the game, April 2019, they have constantly changed, reworked things that we don't like. We tell them, hey, I don't like the skill system, please change it. They changed it 4 times already, until they finally made this nice, amazing skill system with so much freedom and so much depth that's not on the surface. So if there's one thing to be sure about, is this team would not run away with your money and abandon the game. As long as there's funds to keep developing the game, they will. But again, not everyone trusts them, and that's fine. I've seen what they do and I've seen how they handle this game. And I mean, we're talking about a community who would invite 15 content creators and people from the Discord server and show them work in progress footage and screenshots of something that they're going to add into the game, to ask them, hey, what do you think about this end game that we're gonna add? Hey, what do you think about this way of changing the relics to be subclasses? Could you give us some feedback before we decide how to announce the changes, and before we straighten out all the details of those changes? So they cared so much that they are willing to get a little group of people to give them early feedback, and then they would make a test server for everyone to test the stuff before it makes itself into the live version. And all of that was happening in early access. Normally early access doesn't have test servers. Torchlight 3 had test realms for people to go in, help with some more bug hunting, help with some more feedback before something goes into the live server. I mean, everything they have done so far indicates they care about the game and they want it to be liked by their fans. I don't understand why so many people hate this game and keep saying things that are completely not true, and spread misinformation about the game. This game doesn't deserve all the hate it's getting. Yeah, early access wasn't really a smooth early access start, but that's what early access is for. In June, when early access started, there was rubber banding, there were server problems, there were problems with multiplayer, there were problems with solo play in multiplayer. But since then they've changed a lot of things. They've changed the relics to be subclasses, they reworked the disc mage a bit, they reworked other things, they rebalanced a lot of things, they gave us 10 extra skill points after reworking the relics. I mean, the skill system was reworked 4 times, the relic system was reworked 4 times. There are certain things I don't like about the game right now, and I've said it multiple times today, one of them being the end game. But I still find ways to enjoy the end game, even though I don't like all of it. There's parts of it that I like. And it's just not my type of end game, but if they add new end game modes, hopefully one of them or 2 of them would be my type of end game. My type of stuff to do after reaching max level. At the moment, you can do everything solo or multiplayer. The game is not forcing you to do so, to do multiplayer, because it's not logical to make content that requires only multiplayer on a game that has a single player mode. Because how are you expecting your single player gamers to finish the content when single player characters can never be played as multiplayer? If you make a single player hero, you can't play it multiplayer for obvious reasons, like cheating. It's easy to cheat in a single player game when the saves are on your computer, but when you play multiplayer, the saves are stored on the servers and cheating is harder. So you can't expect them to add some sort of multiplayer raiding content on launch. I'd much rather see them prioritize content that can be done both as multiplayer as single player. The way they're handling multiplayer is the more players in the party, the less damage you do. But even if you do less damage when you have more people to make the content harder, you still make it a little bit easier because you can stack different buffs and you can stack different procs and you can apply different ailments like bleeding, poison, etc. You can kind of have a lot of stuff stacking on the enemy. So that's how they're handling multiplayer, to avoid multiplayer becoming trivial. The more people in the team, the less damage each person does to enemies. I mean, yeah, the game might seem bare bones at first glance, but again, things are not on the surface. So with all 4 heroes, for each hero you can do 39 active skills and 142 passive skills. So multiply that times 4 to see how much the build variety will be. When you can only use 9 skill bar slots. 9 skill bar slots is more than enough. Adding any more skill bar slots is asking people to play the piano, not play a game. Good old MMO times where you're playing the piano, not a game. But yeah, I mean, I understand some of the hate the game is getting, but most of the hate the game is getting I don't understand. Most of them seems like people trolling because they're just fanboys of a certain game, and this one is not like their game, and it's too different. But again, I've said it multiple times, I'm gonna say it again, I'd much rather see developers do things differently instead of copy-pasting the old games they've done. Instead of copy-pasting Torchlight 2 or Diablo 1 and 2, I'd much rather see Max Schaefer and his team do something new, and they are doing a lot of things in a new way. Tyler Thompson, who is the project lead of this game, is the project lead in World of Destruction from Diablo 2. So we've got him, Max Schaefer, and I think I'm not sure if Sean Stone, who is the War Master and in charge of the Fazir, I think. I'm not sure if he used to be in Diablo 2, but maybe he used to. I can't confirm. Yeah, it's easy to jump on the bandwagon when it's a hate. It's like sheep mentality. Someone is hating on something, alright, I feel bad, I wanna vent my frustration, let's jump on the hate bandwagon on the newest thing that people are hating. This mentality I can't understand. It's like so weird. So weird. Someone's hating something, I haven't tested this one thing, but I'm gonna hate it because my friend hates it. Or because someone else I know hates it. It's just bullshit. Some people are purely trolls. I mean, you can see people spending less than 2 hours refunding the game and leaving bad reviews. And a game like this you need at least 20-30 hours, maybe even 40 hours to just scratch beneath the surface and know what the game can offer you. Although 2 hours is more than enough to figure out if that's your type of game, but trailers are enough to tell you if this game is your type of game. So if you don't like what you're seeing in a trailer or in some gameplay footage or stream, then you shouldn't even buy the game, because if you're not a fan of this genre, or if you're not a fan of this art style, and then you say that you bought the game and refunded because of the genre not being your cup of tea or the art style, then yeah, it's like seeing watermelon ice cream and buying it and then saying, shit, this tastes like watermelon, I don't like it. Well, yeah, obviously it says so on the package. You're tempted to get this on the Switch too. I mean, the Switch is where this game would be amazing to play it, because, well, there aren't that many ARPGs to play on the Switch, are they? Hack and slash isometric ARPGs. And it would feel right playing this while traveling, like while being on the subway or on the bus, or just in general while in any type of transportation, or being out somewhere in the nature and pulling out the Switch and doing some Torchlight 3 grinding. Although if you're out in the nature, the last thing you would want to think about is technology. At least that's how I would be. Sometimes it's nice to get disconnected for a while. But yeah, Switch, hopefully this game has a nice success on Switch, because it really fits the platform. They still haven't fixed the item quest in the dungeon. Which item quest, Jedoli? And Gwen got his first legendary drop at level 28. Well, back in the alpha, I wouldn't get legendary items until 32, 33 most of the times when I would play. But I think it had something to do with just items being designed to drop that way back then, to not drop until you do certain levels as much. But that's alpha times. Of course, I'm not saying it needs to be like alpha. In fact, it's quite the opposite. I've always been a person that likes good drop rates. I mean, I'm not talking about give me legendary every drop, but at least a legendary an hour, a legendary an hour and a half of grinding is a reasonable rate for me. Even if they really do it the way they wanted, 2.5 hours to get a legendary, it's not bad. But again, the way they're handling it, it's not... They don't have a script that has a timer of how much time you spend playing, and once you reach 2.5 hours ding, you get a drop. Because people can just abuse it and stay for 2.5 hours in the fort, do a map, get a drop, stay another 2.5 hours in the fort, do a map, get a drop. So it's very hard to get the right rates. But I think the rates at the start of early access were perfect. They shouldn't have reduced them. And what if people are getting more legendary items than they want them to get? It's not like people are competing. Let people have fun, let people have gear to test different builds. If you give people more items, there's a bigger chance for people to stay and play your game for longer, because they would say, okay, I've got this item, I want to make a build with this item, so I'm gonna make this hero with this relic because this item seems like a good choice. If you don't give them enough items, they're gonna get bored and try to play something that rewards their time. And of course there's the psychology of getting too many items. Yeah, I understand that. Giving players too much is never good. You want them to look forward to the next drop. But again, there's a perfect balance somewhere there. And yeah, you shouldn't be too strict with the drop rates, especially on a launch. You might want to make an event, a launch week, where you have increased drop chances for the first week or something like that. The same way some MMOs do, by giving you XP and wood rates increase for 1 week after launch. I wouldn't mind seeing something in a game like this. First week after launch you get 30-25% more XP. or even 50% more XP, and you get higher drop rates. But I'd rather have changes to the XP and drop rates to the way they were before. Those are things that no one asked for. No one said, hey, nerf the drop rates of legendaries. No one said, hey, increase the XP curves because we're reaching level 62 quickly. At least no players said that. I haven't heard a single player go on my stream or on my YouTube channel and tell me, hey, I'm leveling too quickly, hey, I'm getting too many legendaries. Why is that so? A little bit less defense. Like 400, no. 200 less defense, but maybe some evasion won't be bad for me. And maybe it's time to get rid of this flat damage as well, we'll see. GG80 says, which adventure skill should I take first for Sharpshooter? At level 5 you wanna spend 3 points into Ghost Visage. So at level 2 you take for example, if you're Electrode, I'm not sure what relic you're playing. If I were to level an Electrode, at level 2 I'm gonna get a Walk of Ice Storm. Level 3 and level 4 I'm gonna get 0 things. At level 5 I will have 4 skill points. With the 2 from before and the 2 new, and that way I'm gonna spend 3 points into Ghost Visage. I mean, you can put 1 point into Scout's Bones, but you would have to remove it later. Because you might need those points for targeted strikes, and then Revolt, and Chaotic Strikes, and Lightning Strike, and Royal Shasta. You have the first 3 tiers available. What do you mean the first 3 tiers? You mean you're level 15 already? Or level 10 already? I don't understand what you mean. I'm gonna open some gear bundles maybe. Skittering Shoulders, not a bad thing to get for some survivability. $4,000 defense. This one's better.
Your pet has arrived.
This shield is better. I'm gonna keep the other one for outs. What's my weapon damage? Physical, meaning I could change my boots, put the poison ones over here. This didn't go. Yeah, I'm gonna lose some damage, get more defense. I'd rather survive more for now. Crit damage, electric defense damage with onslaught, pretty nice. Losing defense, so I'm losing 27,000, 25,000. So 2,000 defense lost. I get bok chance. Let's take number 7 and put this here and this here. What else needs defense? I've got 2 more items I can enchant. Oh, 3 more items I can enchant. Okay, it's gonna have to stay fire. It's gonna have to stay potion work, and this is gonna have to stay defense. So this and this need to change to regular defense later. Let's do the next map.
Oh, are you sure? You've got like
Zombies. And Grabbit says, or G-Rabbit says, hey man, does the game still suck big times? I heard it's going to get released tomorrow. Well, it never sucked big time for me, so this is kind of a trick question the way you put it. I mean, if it sucked big time for you before, maybe you're not gonna like it now, but there's a lot of changes. If you tell me what you didn't like, I can tell you whether it changed. Unless you tell me what you didn't like about the game, I can't answer this question the right way. I always thought this game was nice and fun. I mean, yeah, it was a little bit whacking in certain ways, and it still is whacking in certain ways, for example the end game. But there's a ton of build variety. I mean, I keep saying this number, you can make at least 160 builds in this game that would play and feel differently to one another. Some builds would play the same way but still use different skills to achieve the same result. But the build variety is there, it's undeniable, a ton of depth when it comes to build making. But yeah, there are things I don't like. For example, right now the drop rates seem very bad. Not sure what happened, but they might have silently nerfed the drop rates. It could be a bug, it could be intentional. They fixed a lot of bugs, they've rebalanced a lot of things. Forged still needs a fix and they know it, and they have promised after launch to revisit the Forged and check certain things about it, maybe change its whole mechanic, maybe just rebalance some things. We'll see what they're gonna do with it. The end game is still just the Fuzzier dungeon, and I don't like this, but it's more than enough end game for a game to launch with. There aren't that many games who have launched with more than one endgame type in the genre anyways. So if you tell me what you didn't like before, I can tell you whether it's the same or whether they've changed it. The relics have changed and they're subclasses, and I think last time I talked to you they already were subclasses. But yeah, Judge 80 put 1 point into sacrifice to Goose. Even 1 point is good. You don't have to get tier 1 in sacrifice to Goose immediately. You need 3 points into Ghost Visage to get tier 1, and you need at least 1 point into sacrifice to Goose. Other things are kind of flavor and optional when it comes to the Sharpshooter Adventurer skill tree. Eventually you would want tier 1 or tier 2 sacrifice to Goose, based on whether you use skills with long cooldown. If you don't use skills with long cooldown, then don't worry about tier 2, just get tier 1 Goose. But you definitely want at least tier 1, and at least tier 1, what's its name? Ghost Visage. You want that extra charge. It's gonna give you mobility, it's gonna give you extra survivability when you're dodging from things. That extra charge. Mobility sometimes equals survivability, so it's never a bad idea to have that extra charge. But yeah, what earlier Gwen said about getting 1 legendary sack per infamous map, I know this, but that's indirect rewards, and that's rewards only when doing the Fuzzier. I mean, I've gotten 35 contract levels for an infamous unique map. I know this, I know I can get a lot of gear from maps, but that's not the way to motivate people to play your game. To get them to only play certain maps. To want them to play this map because that's the only way to get gear efficiently. In fact, once something happened and I got like 50 levels, 50 contract levels for an infamous unique map. I think I was streaming like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, whenever, and I don't know what happened, what map I was into, but I got a lot of contract levels. Maybe I was getting too many elite spawns. In any case, there were a lot. Or maybe I miscounted and it could have been 40 something. But the one I'm sure about, that seemed legit numbers, proper numbers, was 35. This one I remember counting because I had 0. The other one I had to add up some numbers to the old ones, so I might have messed up the calculations. But the one where I started from 0 and ended up at 35 was definitely a legit one, where I'm sure that it's 35 contract levels for a single map I got. Which is fine, that's 3.5 gear bundles. Actually more than 3.5, because every 9 levels you get a bundle. So that's almost 4, actually, close to almost 4. Yay, 58, nice. Couldn't get 60 because I'm a bit slow when it comes to leveling up. But I'm gonna get it, I'm gonna hit 60 later tonight, after dinner. In fact, it's already 10 PM, so I'm gonna probably do a little bit more and then go to the kitchen before it's too late.
Strength is returned.
Let's see. Nice. Oh, nice. I'm loving this synergy between the two-tone pool and the hard shocker. So I can proc hard seekers, and the hard seekers can proc that chain lightning. For now, as a fewer in my legendarium until I get the items I want, it feels nice to have it. go. Oh wow. Oh wow. So much Stormbringer. So many explosions. It's hard to tell with this extreme close-up. It's hard to tell which one's what explosion. One that I have to dodge or not sometimes. Okay, let's see. How far am I to the end of the map? I'm not gonna kill every single enemy in this map. Might just go and push it to the boss before I run out of potions. Let's see what's here. Yeah, they're dying quickly now. My damage seems to be good enough, even after removing the chest and leg armor with flat damage. I'm still liking the damage. For my current level, yeah, it's not perfect, it's not as much as I would want it to be. But again, I'm missing crucial pieces of equipment. I'm missing 3 musketeer pieces for extra levels of my skills. I'm missing the infectious shooter, which is probably the biggest DPS boost on a proc monster electrode build for a sharpshooter. And I'm missing the Bone Razor Bone Walker, which I want to just test for shits and giggles to see how having those skeletons would increase the DPS. I think on bosses it would be a lot of melty melt. I think 10 skeletons hitting bosses to proc lightning strikes would be melting them if I add 9 goblins to the mix. Because that's 19 more things that can hit a boss and proc lightning strike. And melt servers, not just bosses. Let's see if the server can handle this build when it's ready. It's gonna be very interesting to see if I can get the game to start lagging and rubber banding and disconnect me due to all the stuff that's happening. Did I spend my skill point, by the way? Don't remember spending it. I'm gonna see. I think I needed to get this to level 6 to get more damage for my onslaught.
You can't use that skill.
Where is she? Damn, she moved away from my onslaught. See, this one's a tough one, but she's got double HP, so she would have been almost dead by now if she didn't have the double HP. Okay, there we go, we got her. We've got her. Now, anything worth saving? Nothing at all? Electric damage, I'm using physical. Well, I need a spare weapon in case mine breaks down. And I don't think this one can be stronger than the other one. I doubt I can get 400 on that weapon to even it out to the other. No! Both portals spawning next to you. On this specific boss arena, the portal should spawn much further from the wood chest, kind of where the player spawns when he comes into the lower floor. Okay, I can probably do another map. It's 10:12 p.m. Let's do another map quickly, and that's actually an upgrade for me. This thing.
Your pet is back.
Another upgrade. Of course, removing potion wood, getting potion wood. Right, final map. It's actually a boss map, so maybe another one after it. This one will be quick. Or will it? Will it be quick? We can see in a moment. I picked the boss that has the least amount of invulnerability time, Shriekbeak. The others have annoying mechanics where it's just taking longer to finish it, so this one should be the quicker to finish. Unless it finishes us. You never know, my resistance is far from perfect. Chances of me getting my ass kicked are high. Let's see. Nice. No, 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 not swap, not swap. So this is the level 60, and from the next one it's blazing. The amazing blazing mod. This is a lot of defense. I'm actually gonna keep it and switch between one and the other based on what element I get into. Okay, let's do that final map of the day.
I was hoping. Oh. Limbs inside the portal, please.
I'm gonna switch to the electric defense now, I guess. It's the better move to remove the fire defense and put electric defense. So now I will be getting level 60 items from drops. Eventually, after dinner, I'm going to open a lot of gear bundles at level 60. Although I have to open those now. I'm probably gonna delete some recipes. Perfect. Chance to shock and faster cooldowns. Damage with onslaught and crit damage, kind of don't wanna get rid of it. So let's equip this. 65% damage prevented. I don't see the witch. There's a witch somewhere. I can't see where she is. Where is she? Ah, that's where she is. Fuck, I couldn't see her in there. She was blending with the background. There's another one from behind. I wish I could group them up and kill them together. But at least I'm close to 60 now. So tonight after my dinner I'm gonna keep playing, but off stream, and at least try and hit 60. And hopefully try and get a good gun. So tomorrow on my stream, the launch day stream, after the patch, I can play the build with the items I want. Even if I don't get everything, at least the infectious shooter and maybe the bomb walker would be good things to have. Good bomb walker could be very useful. Some defense, maybe some chance to slow so I can change it in between heroes and give it to my realm masters. Ah, how? How? Them one-shots of those witches, they made them do so much. See, I was expecting to be resistant to lightning, yet I got killed by an enemy with physical, cause yeah, that's how it is. Now my damage is gonna be so much crappier than before. And I have to keep this as a spare. $4,000 upgrade. So let's go back in.
Hey, if it isn't all, what's their name? That one?
This one should be quicker. We got 10 more minutes, maybe. Maybe I'm gonna do it within those 10 minutes. Right, let's see. I need to kill 60 automatons. This shouldn't be a difficult mission. Problem is, poison automatons can melt your faces very quickly if you don't dodge on time. One of the most overpowered units in the game right now, the toxic custodians. along with the toxic spiders. As I said, super overpowered. If I don't have my blink ready, I'm dead. Most overpowered unit in the game. Fucking toxic custodian and the toxic spider. And it's not the unit that's overpowered, it's the stupid poison hazard. It just does too much damage. This gauntlet, I'm probably gonna stick into it for quite some time, but even off stream. So when it's time to end my stream, I'm gonna go to the beginning of the map and park myself there. Alright, we've got around a few more minutes. Let's try and at least finish the base quest here. But yeah, that's a very nice find. The gauntlet map at this point is basically I can stay in this map until level 16. So while having dinner, I'm gonna leave my hero AFK, hopefully it doesn't get disconnected. Wow, one shot from out of nowhere, almost. Like, that was 80%. Oh, it was a goblin hound, which I didn't even see. Right, come on game. Drop something nice. Wow, another goblin hound from out of nowhere. I'm so happy they rebalanced blazing. It used to be so overpowered. It used to kill you within like less than a second if you're standing in the middle of two. Like if you're standing in something like this where it's two blazing at the same time in the same place. They rebalanced it and now it's much better to do it. Okay, oh no. So you can see the monster damage is 0.02. This is either a bug. It didn't used to be 0.02. It used to be 0.5 damage per level. So this is a huge nerf. No wonder someone has already finished all stages of the Fazir's dungeon. If you get 0.2 and it doesn't change after level 100, that means you get 20% extra monster damage at stage level 100. And that's manageable. You can manage when the enemies do 20% more damage. Even if it goes up to 50, it's manageable. So obviously either a new change that hasn't been in the patch notes, and it was something I approve. If they leave it be like this, I would love it. I would actually maybe try and push a little bit further to have more map choices. Maybe push up to level 40 instead of 30. So I can have more map choices to look for the infamous unique maps. But yeah, if it's 0.2 per level, this is more than 100 times less than before. Because I think it was 0.5. Between 0.5 and 0.2 you can see how huge of a difference it is. I can't remember exactly, I need to check some of my old streams and some of my old footage of doing challenge level 16. But obviously they nerfed it. I don't remember 0.0 something before. So that makes the Fazir dungeon a little bit more appealing to me as a casual player. That means almost every build can do it now. I don't think there's a build that can't do it right now. Even on a ranged forged, with a lot of dodging and trying to survive and playing defensively, you can do it. If the monsters don't do this much damage, it's doable. Before that was the problem. Before the problem was you get one shot the moment you step into a poison field from the poison spiders and the poison automatons. The moment you step on it, before you even realize what's happening, you're dead before. Rexer was telling me that it was impossible to survive sometimes in those poison custodians. When he was reaching in the previous version, level 251, he said that was the one thing that was one-shotting him all the time. The poison hazards from the custodians. Okay, I'm gonna go find a safe spot. Let's go and kill those in a safe spot and stop the stream there, where I don't die. Come on, stop pulling away. Okay, is it safe? Did it die? It still hasn't. Okay, I'm gonna park my hero here. Hopefully I don't end up dying while having dinner. So yeah, thanks Truckweb for watching. It's 10:29 p.m. here, so it's time to stop the stream. There will be more tomorrow. I'm most likely uploading one video Torchlight related and one video about my channel and YouTube memberships and all of that, because I've been postponing this already for 2 months. So keep it cool until next time, and goodbye.